Hail, adventurers, and welcome to this very special episode of Dirty 20 in the evening of a laughter, drama and adventure that we call a D&D podcast. 'Tis I, your dungeon master for the evening, and today I am joined by some of my colourful cast of characters. As you may be able to tell, we're a few shots today. For those of you that are on our Discord, you'll know that today's session is going to be a little different. By a little, I mean completely different. Rather than our normal campaign, today we're having a Q&A with questions collected both by you and our cast, which was accessible via our Discord. So make sure to check that out if anything like this happens again in the future, and to keep updated on changes to our game, such as today. As usual though, before we dive into our Q&A, we have a few shout outs and announcements. So let's start off with Mitch. Mitch, do you wanna talk about yourself? Who are you? What's your favourite colour?
I'm Mitch. I really like green. That's all.
Wrong answer.
But it's my favourite colour. Fuck.
That's wrong answer.
But I do. I'm the GM over at Natural Wonders. We stream on Mondays. Sam and you enjoy me as well as Jay. We play Star Wars: Age of the Empire over Mondays at 7. It's good fun. Last week they absolutely destroyed one of my big evil characters, and I was expecting it to be way harder than it was. Like, it was one of them moments as a GM where your entire encounter is just like, wow, these guys destroyed this. This was brilliant, and it actually was probably my favourite moment of the entire series. So go and check out the VOD whilst it's there. If not, you'll have to wait for me to upload it to YouTube. But yeah, Natural Wonders, good fun.
Very fun indeed, and I am looking forward to tomorrow. We are playing tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the next game?
We should be on, yeah.
Alright, well, till tomorrow. Sam!
Yes! Hello! I also stream at SamJKP on YouTube and Twitch. Streams have been super infrequent recently, but we're getting back on track. We're still doing the thing. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you there.
Sam?
Yes?
What's that thing hanging up on your coat peg?
It is.
Is that a penis pot opener?
It is my penis, yeah.
It is your... Oh my god! Oh my god!
You and those very well.
I know the story of this one.
I
was
lost
yeah.
it at Ewan's house for like 2 weeks, and he found it behind his bed or something.
Oh.
I feel like...
He's now made a cameo on
Why
there,
was
hasn't
it
he?
behind his
Today's
bed?
today's episode is going to have a lot of stories and questions in it. So I feel like what is the story of the penis bottle opener is probably a great one to start off with when we come back.
Please.
Oh dear.
Did I put your shout out in there? I did.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sam. Maya, would you like to talk a little bit about
Sorry, Sam.
what your favourite colour is?
Yes, please. My favourite colour is I don't know. I am indecisive. Right now,
That's
it could be yellow tomorrow. It's purple one day. I don't know. I like everything. I'm just super happy all the time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, okay.
Life's great. But as you might be able to tell from, if anybody actually pays attention to the background, which, I mean, fair enough if you don't, but I have actually moved house, and that is why my little cheeky stream has been super infrequent as well. But we should be back on this week over at Chibi-chan. I stream a fun little gacha game called Genshin Impact, and I am currently in the process for saving my wishes to pull for a character that is going to be very powerful. So check it out. Should be fun.
Yes, I know what that means. So yeah, go check out these guys. They're all great and wonderful people.
Oh.
Also, in addition to today's episode change, next week we'll also see a change in content. we won't be playing our normal session, which will return on the Sunday the 29th, with a few more details on that game to come this week on our Discord. Yes, if you if you were just finding out right now, yeah, next week will not be our normal session. We'll be doing something a little different, which, you know, I'm gonna talk to you privately about it before before announcing anything on that. And finally, to finish up our announcements, we are very, very excited to announce that on Monday the 30th, our very own Jay Pooley will be running a one-shot set in the world of Val-Aeria, which is set 30 years before our current campaign. Yes, for one night only, I am giving Jay the reins and freedom to destroy the world. May the gods help us all.
It's very likely.
He would. He absolutely would.
If you've been, you know, paying attention to any of Jay's characters in this game, you will know that Jay is himself a chaotic neutral individual, and giving him the reins is absolutely terrifying. So that one shot will actually mark the beginning of our new sort of like mini series of games called Val-Aeria Legacy, which is basically totally not a rip-off of Critical Role, I promise you. It's just a series of one-shots to help well build the world and explore the other stories that happen within it. The starting time is to be confirmed, but again, updates will be posted on our Discord. The one-shot will not be replacing our normal game that week, as of right now. So gear up for a double D&D week, D&D. And just before I forget, there's the link to the Discord, so jump in on there. Thank you, Jamie, for the raid. Hello, everyone. Awesome. Normally today we would be playing some D&D, but instead we're doing a little Q&A with some of the cast members. So look forward to some interesting and funny questions and answers. But if you do enjoy D&D or RPGs or anything like that, we stream at this time every Sunday, D&D, and there's usually a lot more of us than this. But I think with all that stuff out the way, I think we should delve into today's episode of Dirty 20! So, welcome to our Q&A session today. So, the numerous cast here with us today have a long list of questions that have been shuffled up from, again, both from other casts and viewers that have watched. A surprising number of questions, actually. We're really kind of wowed at how much we actually got. So thank you very much. The way in which we're going to be doing this today, we're just going to go around and ask some questions, what ones take people's fancy from the list that they've got. But as promised, Sam, what is the story of that penis? I need to know. I've got to know.
I mean, the story of its origin isn't that interesting. I just went to Greece and bought a penis bottle opener, which is now hanging,
as you do,
proudly on the wall. I don't know.
It's like adorned like an ornament.
The story of it that involves Ewan is we had a party at Ewan's house, and I took my penis there. And I couldn't find it at the end of the night. No idea if it had been stolen, gone on a
Fell
little
off.
joyride,
Never happened to me.
you know, just first
Circumcised at the
time
party.
first time I've just not been able to find my penis for the life of me. And I left with my head hanging, very sad. And then it just randomly turned up. Was it like behind your bed or your wardrobe or something?
I
like
don't
2
remember.
weeks
It was
later?
like-
I want
I
to know
didn't find it.
why
Katie
it's
found
behind
it.
you in bed. What
What
was it doing there? How did it get there?
I
Only
want to
the
know
penis
that as
knows.
well.
Who did it?
Only the penis knows.
The penis has
The
spoken.
penis
and-
holds information.
He obviously
Nobody will
just
ever
went on
know.
his own little adventure, and we'll never know. We'll never
That's
know.
right.
Yeah. I mean, I would choke it for information, but, you know.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Welcome to Dirty 20.
Yes.
That's why they call it Dirty 20.
So that was a very exciting answer to that question. But I do want to start off with what I think is probably a strong contender for the greatest question in the batch.
Here we go.
And I wonder if you can guess who asked this question. So, swamp we go as Ferricata, you think, yes? Devil face.
So something tells me this individual wants us to go to a swamp.
I feel like this individual might want us to go to
I
Zeros.
wonder
in particular.
who. I wonder
Who
who
could it
would
possibly
write
be?
a question like that with a Yoda voice, wanting us to
Oh,
go
I
to
didn't
a
even
swamp.
think about it in the Yoda voice. Should I do it again in the Yoda
Oh
voice?
please!
Swamp we go as Ferricata, you think, yes?
Literally, yeah, it is Yoda. Oh, so mystery solved. Yoda asked the question.
Yoda asked the question. Well, great and powerful Yoda.
Thank you, Yoda. Thank you, Yoda, for watching the
Thank
stream.
you, Yoda. Yoda's a big fan, you know.
True.
Well, a simple answer to that question would be totally not Drunk Jay. You very well could go to the swamp if you decided you wanted to go there. There may or may not be adventures to be had in the swamp. And oh, that would be giving a little bit too much away. I'm going to withhold what I was about to say.
I feel like we could be persuaded to go to a swamp as a group.
Would
Well,
Zuko
yeah,
want to go
yeah.
to a swamp? I feel like it's a little dirty, isn't it?
As long as they didn't tell him too much about what swamps are like before he went there, like. I mean,
Is
he's
his knowledge on
He
material
doesn't,
plane swamps a
doesn't
little...
have fucking feet. He can just like glide across things.
Yeah, he can
No,
levitate as well.
he can only
For an
use-
hour though,
yeah,
right?
only for a
It's an
certain amount
hour.
of time. I think his total time you could spend off the ground is like 2 hours or something. Because I have that ability to fly for 10 minutes 4 times, so it can do like an hour and 40. So yeah, he wouldn't have the best time. He can't hold his breath forever though. So
Fly only lasts for 10 minutes as well, right? The actual spell
the
fly.
spell, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't even be able to fly that long.
No. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
if there was some rarity, something interesting pulling in there, definitely. He's up
Okay.
for it.
Who wants to go next? I have dice here as well if you want me to roll for who has to go.
Yes.
Unless anyone
So
has
otherwise
any
feel-
question they
yeah, if
really
you
want to
wanna-
read.
Exactly, like, that's just as a backup in case no one has anything.
I have a question for Zuko.
Oh, okay.
What's the deal with Zuko being the only one without daddy issues?
Now, I'm not going to give anything away here, but stay tuned for daddy issues.
There are daddy issues.
I was
No,
gonna say,
Yet one
like,
to be uncovered.
He has a
too much
complicated.
tension.
He has a complicated relationship with his dad that is very unorthodox.
Hmm.
And that's as far as I'll go here.
I don't know if anybody else got but I got the impression that Zuko's dad. This is just from me watching your interactions with him. I got the impression that Zuko's dad is very much talk the talk, but not necessarily walk the walk. Like, yeah, Zuko, well done. Bring me nice things. Good job. See you later. Like, that's just that's the vibe I got.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that.
Interesting.
I imagine that having a parent who could snap their fingers and give you literally anything is a strange way to grow up.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts there.
Interesting.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yes, indeed. I want to ask a question, but Kensei isn't here. There's a question for Kensei that says, "What's the deal with the goddamn mask?" And I know he wouldn't answer it.
He wouldn't say nothing.
It's a mask.
He wouldn't
isn't
say
it?
anything. I
Yeah,
actually,
he would not say a single thing.
I was going to ask a question about the mask as well, actually.
Okay, go right ahead.
I
If
was-
you want to ask something, go right ahead.
It's more of a hypothetical, it can't really be answered right now. But it was, how would Kensei react if Zuko was like, I could get rid of that thing if you want. And then like he used his wish to remove said mask. I wonder what would happen in that scenario if there's like a countermeasure already in the mask for that kind of thing. It's interesting.
So, I'm not sure if you... I don't think you were around for this bit, but there was a time... I don't remember how long ago it was. It was quite some time ago, where Alistair attempted to remove curse on the mask.
Okay.
And realised that if he used remove curse, the mask would come off and the body would be separated. But Kensei would just like die.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty risky.
Yeah. So he could. And if I'm remembering correctly, I probably should double check my notes on this. Theoretically, you could remove the curse on the mask and he would die. But there's a chance he could be revived, and he might not have the mask anymore. But that is a risky game.
Yeah, that's
might
That
not
is a
work.
very risky
yeah,
game.
that's potential loss of Kensei over a mask. We need to get to the bottom of that mystery, crew. I'm interested in that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's intriguing.
I'm very excited for his backstory stuff.
Well, we
Yeah.
got a name, right?
His is going to be a really, really interesting one. That is how I will leave that. And it'll be the furthest you would go. To go all the way to the Pearl Isles,
Yeah.
that's like at least 1,000 miles to the
They're
south.
they're
across the
south,
ocean.
south, aren't they?
So
Yeah,
that's
they are south.
which leads me
That's adventure.
perfectly into my next question. Pirate adventure? Question mark. We could totally sail real far south. That would be awesome.
You could.
Yeah.
That's
The
something
thing is, you could just go and like steal or buy a boat or do whatever. Especially when you get that 20K if you
Oh my
fucking
God,
win
that's-
the competition.
We
If you
gotta
got that,
win it. We gotta
you
win
could buy
it.
a boat. Like that is how much you could get from like maybe a sloop or a brig, and you could buy a boat and you could go sailing.
that
You
would
could
be
just
cool.
become pirates. That would be. I would follow the story. If that's something you wanted to do and you did, I would follow that story.
Through the
And that's
coast.
what the game would become.
Let's make a pirate
Yeah, I mean-
legacy.
Look, it wouldn't be the first time that people have abandoned their post, or like gone, you know what, we're not dealing with this shit. Because one of the things, I know this is a bit of a segue, but one of the things that I've always found really fascinating about, like, the characters of Ferracata is how they are so, like, they're so fuck the coast, fuck these people, but at the same time, they remind me of the Guardians of the Galaxy, like the quote, why do you care so much? Because I'm one of the idiots that lives in it. Like there's this sense that they have to help because they, live there, and it's not necessarily out of selfless gain. Well, that's the gist of the general gist of the group that I have got, which I think is interesting. But
I
let's
like
just
as well.
potentially sacrifice our lives.
Yeah, that's something that I really like as well, is the fact that everybody has their own personal motivations for wanting to do things, and the way that I feel like Ferracata as a group is everybody has their own ideals and something that they want so badly, and just seeing the way that they interact with each other, and sometimes they'll obviously clash and there'll be sparks or whatever, but that's going to happen anyway. But just seeing the way that like the characters interact with each other because you're talking, it made me think about like, would we actually do that? Like, you know, give up and go like pirating or something. And I was thinking about somebody like, I don't know, maybe Storm or Alistair, for example, who generally tend to be more, and Kensei as well especially, tend to be more on the kind of moral good side of things. Whereas you've got somebody like Arya who literally is just there for like for a good time, not a long time. Like she'd be more willing to do that. But I just find it really fascinating how like that is in the cards, but there's also those characters who are very hesitant to do that.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens when push comes to shove. And at the moment, it's a distant thought. Like, you're on this quest, which was originally one quest that became another one midway through, with the same goal, sort of, but the enemy changed. And despite the fact that you've been on this quest for such a long time, I feel like you become a little bit numb to what the threat is, and suddenly when you are in that situation, if you came face to face with that illithid threat again, what characters would falter in those moments of actually, fuck, you know, we're in this position, like we could die here. Whereas now it's safe. There's an element of safety being above ground and among friends.
There's a separation, isn't there, from it?
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
we're preparing for the end point, but when it actually gets to end game where we actually have to, you know, fight.
Like, fuck, this is it. This is the big build up, and we're actually finally here. There's no putting this off for any longer.
Turning back. Like this is the goal that we've worked towards. We're not just gonna be like, well, no.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, to say the least.
It will definitely be. I'm very excited for it. I
don't like the way you say that.
The Mind Flayers rock. They're just really cool.
They're awesome.
Their whole
favorites.
Their whole structure of their kind of like society and stuff. It's really weird, but it's cool. I'm a fan.
I don't know a lot about Mind Flayers. I didn't even realise.
You might soon.
I didn't even realise they had like structured societies.
It's a little bit looser, but they do exist, right?
Yeah,
there's a hierarchy. I mean, not like a big city of Mind Flayers somewhere.
Right. I was gonna say. I was like, oh wait.
I mean, I'm not gonna bore this entire stream down with like a lore dump, but historically, Mind Flayers had an empire, which was effectively destroyed by the race that they enslaved, which is Jay's favourite race, the Gith.
Gith, yeah.
And basically the Mind Flayers fled and now reside underground. That's also like the Forgotten Realms lore, the D&D lore, and they do have that kind of element of society. And maybe there are, you know, permanent structures in actual physical cities deep below the surface, but I guess you'll have to go down and find them.
Oh god. If we see a Nautiloid, I'm going to shit my pants.
Believe me, I've been so tempted before just to be like, you see like a flying mollusk in the sky. Like...
Oh my god, that'd be horrifying.
Christ.
I have been very tempted. But I feel like there's a certain tone with the Restless Coast that it reminds me very much of like dark fantasy.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like I feel like sometimes throwing stuff like that in without considering those ramifications might take you away from how like shit the world is. Like, forget the Mind Flayers, the coast is just shit.
Yeah.
As it is.
Yeah, it's
anyway
completely against anything really that's progressive at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the best place that we've been to and we've got really comfortable is Deep Bay, and there's a fucking devil running it. We're allowed to use magic with a license. We've not had to worry about, you know, people really observing us as being outsiders the same way that we have other places, but as soon as we go to David, it's going to be the complete polar opposite. People are going to be like,
Yeah.
I feel like we've become a little bit
yeah.
complacent, and it's going to be such a weird feeling going back to like I can't do anything.
Yeah, you've been in Deep Bay for like
Long time.
God, I don't even know, 20 sessions maybe?
Wow, that's a
I
lot.
can actually check right now.
That's more than I
finished
thought.
82. You arrived at the city on 65 or 66.
Wow.
So not quite 20. Just a little shy of 20.
That's more than I thought.
Pardon me.
Because when you guys got to Deep Bay, that was when Ewan first messaged me like, "Oh, if you could feature, this will be the best place for it because this is like a bit of a wackier place." And then it took a while for me for that to happen. So, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad we met Zuko. He's a really fun character.
We needed
we got
Zuko.
Mitch in.
At the point that we got Zuko, we
Zuko.
needed the Zuko.
Yeah.
Because we were, like, as a party.
Yes, button heads.
He was
Zuko's just like, I do know what's going on, but I'm just really happy to be here.
I think there are a few quotes in the game that stand out to me, but one of the ones that just makes me laugh every time I think about it is when you've returned and you're about to give the quest to go down into the ruins beneath, and Storm comes in and is like, "Oh, if you're gonna give it to everyone, it's gonna be difficult to get everyone in the same room. Why? What happened? Oh, things have changed. It's been like a day."
Yes.
And if that is not a summary of Farrah Carter, I don't know what is.
Sure.
Like, all it takes is a day and everyone's at each other's throats again. Like, literally one intervention one day, a heist later on in the evening, and then...
I think that's why I enjoy
It's
Zuko
great.
a little bit as well, because he's kind of like an outside perspective coming into this now. It's cool. I mean, he's got a lot of catching up to do. He's got a lot of learning.
Yeah, there are quite a few
Good
questions
though.
about Zuko and his knowledge, I think.
Yeah,
I've got one
that
on my list
literally
as well.
just says, "Does Zuko know about the group's mission yet?"
He does know. We talked about it. Yeah, he did get told, right? I'm pretty sure I know about the Mind Flayer stuff.
Yeah, I
We were
remember
talking about
Storm made one
messaging
for you.
someone. Yes, that's right. He showed me what one looked like, and I assumed it was a little tiny one. But it was a giant. It was full size.
I've got a few questions for Zuko as well. So first one, Zuko. What is Zuko's favourite food?
Oh gosh, I haven't even thought about that.
I imagine it's something very fancy.
Yeah, it's got to be some real kingly like shit. He probably hasn't eaten a proper meal
Caviar.
in a while.
Caviar.
Yeah, I think Zuko goes into taverns, looks at the menu, and then just wusses out and goes in his lamp and asks his dad for like
Yeah.
some really fancy shit.
Daddy, cook me dinner.
Yeah, literally, because he's too afraid to order anything that's not made by his dad.
Speaking of daddies, another question is, something tells me y'all see Kensei as a father figure. Which, I mean, given the questionnaire last week that everybody secretly wants to fuck Kensei, makes me
Would
think
totally
maybe,
be in line.
maybe there's more daddy issues in the group
Oh, God.
than we had originally thought.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, more than we originally thought. I saw all your backstories from the get-go. And I remember, obviously this was before you guys had, Mayor and Mitch had joined. And I remember looking at all the backstories, and I was just going through them, and I thought there is a running theme in this one. It's just shit dads. It's just a running theme. Daddy issues is just I don't know what it is, but
It's a
It's
great
just-
plot development. You know, character building, isn't it? You have daddy issues, become more interesting. That's the way it goes.
that is how it works. Yeah.
To be fair, and me and Elle had a conversation about this where I said, in order to play D&D, I feel like you have to give your character some kind of trauma. It just has to be done. Like,
Yeah,
you
no
wanna...
one sane goes to kill monsters, you know?
Yeah, literally. Like,
Yeah,
nobody,
that's
like,
true.
leaves their home and, you know, decides to join a bunch of strangers because, you know, they're emotionally stable.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's, it's fun. What a fun game we choose to play. I have a question for Gaik and Alistrine. And it says, I'm going to add a little bit. I'm going to preface it. One, do you guys think that you're rivals? And then if so, too, like, when is the moment you realised that you were going to be rivals? Like, was it off the bat, or was it...
I know when it
I
is.
think for Gayak, the whole dagger in the shoulder thing, he could have got over that, right? And you know, Alistrine's a little bit of a loose cannon sometimes, and he could have got over that. But then he was like, "Oh, I'll do a fun little prank and put worms in her boots," and it didn't work out. And it was definitely when she like faced up to him, and they had that standoff. That was definitely the moment. And I remember thinking, and this is how I think Gayak was in that moment. He was kind of hoping that Alistrine would like throw a dagger or do something or go for him so that he would be justified in firing back. And I think they've kind of worked things out now, but I still I don't know.
I feel like
Really
the thing with Alistrine is that and it's coming slowly, that I wanted to give her a moment where she kind of realised that she was being a piece of shit and she can't behave like that anymore. And I think the first moment that really happened was that when she was in the Underdark and she was like, "I'm leaving, I'm going," and everyone was like, "Okay, fine, just leave." And she was kind of like, "Oh, right, okay, yeah, cool." And then you know, obviously she's not gonna leave because she's a fucking drama queen. She says things to provoke a reaction from people. And I think she really wants to build those bonds with people, but she is so self-centered that she can't allow herself to trust anybody. And I think that's really where I want her arc to go, is that she actually learns that it's okay to be vulnerable in front of people. But I feel like her and Gayak kind of have this kind of, you know,
Is it a healthy rivalry now?
I feel like maybe it's turned into a little bit more of like a respect for each other, but it's not like all the way there yet. Because now they've spent more time with each other, they know what each other's capable of.
Yeah.
And you know, they're part of this tight group now. They've been together for a long fucking time, been through a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's all the way
4 months.
all the way there yet. Well, you know.
Yeah. The thing is that the way that I have the Alistrine view everybody is that she respects everybody in the group as somebody who is strong and, you know, is powerful within their own right, and that's something that she sees as like the thing of utmost importance. But the thing that holds her back is that she doesn't make herself likable because she doesn't want to like anybody, but that's a terrible way to live your life because you're just going to end up alone.
Alternatively, the problem with Gaik is that he becomes too attached.
Do you remember that the first time they met, he touched her hair and was like, "I like your hair." She was like,
"Oh my god, yeah."
If I could take one line back, it would be that.
There's a question on here. I think it's what is the weirdest thing you've seen a character do? And for me, that's the moment where I was like, what? What?
I think for me, the weirdest thing that I've seen a character do is like OG days. Literally, session 1, where I will never forget. This was the first time that I obviously DM'd for this group. And I thought, do you know what? They're in a prison. There's going to be a little toilet area, and as a joke I thought I'm going to put a little coin purse underneath the toilet, and it's just a hole, it's a cesspit, a hole that goes down into like a sewage place. And the place that it was like attached and like nailed into the underneath, it would only be accessible or only viewable if you were inside the cesspit. And I thought it's a bit of a joke for myself, where I can be like, oh yeah, you missed that in the toilet right at the beginning. You didn't miss it in the toilet at the beginning because, of course, it was Thrisk. Jumped in, not even hesitation. There was a discussion about we could like sneak our way out through the toilet, through the sewage system. Boof, 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 running past you straight was Thrisk. Dive into the toilet, and just immediately found it. And I've never had a stranger beginning to a campaign than him diving into a toilet. Amazing. But I hand the same question to you guys. What about you two?
Weirdest, something that immediately comes to mind is Thrisk trying to like cut off his part of his toe or his like toenails to give it to the guy.
No. He did. He didn't try. He did cut off a toenail. No, he cut off his toe.
That whole interaction.
That's why we have
insane.
Thrisk's crusty toes or something as a joke.
Yeah,
because he cut off his toe.
That had, like been there, or I can't remember, but he was like,
I don't remember now.
Like cut off his.
I think it was like a down payment of his like. Oh, I prove I will be back because I'm giving you my toe.
That is crazy.
But obviously, he's a lizard, so he grows it back. It was kind of the joke, but he's a humanoid, and lizard folk do not have that trait, so he never grew the toe back. Back in the days.
So
Thrisk seems like a trip, man.
I miss
yeah, he
Thrisk.
was a trip. Yeah,
I might need to go. Yeah, I might.
You should definitely go back and see some of the Thrisk moments. They are moments. Is probably the best way of describing it. They are moments.
The thing is as well is that like I had only been playing D&D for maybe a month or two before Thrisk died, and obviously we all know how I reacted to that. But it's just that leads on to a question that I've got. Is there anything you've learned from your characters you've taken into real life? And I just want to pose that question. Anything that you've learned from your characters or from playing the game that you've taken into real life?
Do you know what? I think it was a discussion we had last night. I know this isn't. I don't have a character, but I think for me, just like D&D. I mean, I know that question said characters, right? But maybe from my position is that for me personally, it's kind of shown me more so that family doesn't have to be people that you're born that you're born into. You can have that sort of found family, because I think I say it every time, that obviously not when we're playing D&D, but when I talk about D&D, one of the things that I always say is how weird it is to have conversations with the people that you play D&D with, because it's not just like a friend, like a group of friends. There's like this notion that you tell stories of these weird, like, how many other friends can you have a conversation about that time you slayed a dragon? That's the example I always give, but it's visceral. It's not just like we went and played Monster Hunter or other games are available, whatever video game, just covering my back, even though it doesn't matter. You play these games and it's different than that. It's much more visceral.
Yeah.
It's a memory rather than I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe I'm talking shit, but that's just kind of how I feel about it.
Completely get it. Completely get it, because you embody those characters.
Yeah, you're actually
and I
there.
think also like about being like it's talking about family and stuff. I have this weird like when I'm talking to people about like the people I play D&D with, and I say, oh, my D&D friends, just to like so they know who I'm talking about. I always have, it feels weird to say that, because you're not my D&D friends. Like, it's so much more than the people that I play D&D with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like we just see each other once a week, play characters, and then not talking to each other ever again.
That's
like, We are. I don't know what it's like because I've never been in another D&D group, but I feel like we are a very tight knit D&D group.
I will say that I think this group has a really good relationship like that. I've been in some other groups that aren't as close as this, and I've only come in very recently, but I feel very welcome, very, very at home. It's very cool, very good group.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because of the roleplay aspect of it, where there's much more conversation and connection, and there's more focus on the storytelling. I don't know if that's why, or if it's just hello, or if it's if it's the same with more mechanical ones. Because I do agree with you. I think every group is different, and I think groups can still bond even if they don't have that the play style that we have. But I do think that's contributed to why there's so much connection.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you're putting yourself out there a lot more if you're going into the roleplay side of things. Because you're
100%.
You're agreeing together that things are going to be emotional and you're going to experience things. Whereas obviously, it can be exciting to just play a very mechanical driven game of D&D, but it's not going to be there'll be moments of sadness if someone's character dies, but you can get that without having to actually lose someone in a game of D&D.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's cool.
I actually have a question that I want to ask.
Do it.
Which is, what has been your favourite monster to fight thus far?
I mean, for me, out of the gate, it's a really easy choice because I've only fought a few. The Behir, because that was fucking awesome. And it was my first moment. I mean, I played D&D quite a lot, but I've never gone up against anything so far that has legendary resistances and things like that. So for me to have this master plan, it worked on the last fight. Let's do it again, and you was just like, boom, nope. You knew it, and it was like, yes, this is awesome. The DM knows, he knows what I'm gonna do. It's in my head. That was a really cool fight. And plus, I was playing Storm, and then I did the whole Tyrannosaurus thing, and
that was awesome.
Yeah,
that was
awesome.
That was really good. I wasn't
fun.
part of that session, but I was watching and I was like, that is a genius move.
It's like you hear people talking about stuff all the time, like, oh, I turned him into a T-Rex, and then it actually happened, and I was like, oh, it's happening.
Polymorph is the best spell of no, you are not going down right now. Have loads more hit points. I value it for that.
I just wait for true polymorph whenever someone gets something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a few fights that stand out to me. The first one isn't really a monster, but it was what's she called? Where we basically burnt down the city.
The sorceress.
The sorceress
Camilla.
is the one. Camilla, that's right. I was to say Cecilia, but obviously she's the queen of Ravenwood.
Cool.
But for me, the monsters that stand out are the Abyssal Hydra, because that is just
for reasons
burned into my memory. The dragon that we fought in the Underdark, and I think as well the vampire fight, because of just how that was the point where I feel like the group has been at its lowest.
Yeah.
I think I agree with definitely Camilla. I almost said Cecilia as well. God, that was a big fight, and had a lot of consequences. Also the vampire fight as well, just for the fact that when it got banished and then came back and basically had all of its health
and
back.
it was fine.
I know.
We were so dumb.
Because I had made it clear it was regenerating when it didn't take a certain type of damage. I think it was radiant or something else. Or fire. I think it doesn't regenerate when it takes that number of that damage type on its turn, but it was regenerating, and I was thinking, okay, I'm sealing this in. They're probably going to pick up on when it isn't rehealing, and then it was banished, and I thought, oh my god, it's about to regenerate nearly all of its hit points. Because that's literally what it would have done. Oh,
think
that was
another-
fun. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Another monster that for some reason, I feel like everyone's forgotten about this, but I don't know why it always pops into my head, is when we were in the Abyss and there was like that big hyena scorpion thing, and it was one of the first times where we ran into a room, saw something, and was like, nope.
Nope.
And just kind of walked back out again.
Yeah, we were like, I am not dealing with that. That is just something that we are not prepared for.
Did you guys just dodge the whole encounter?
Yeah, and we didn't
Yeah.
realise it had any range.
Not quite,
so we
because it
take
did
quite a
get
bit of
someone.
damage. I think it was
I
Gaia.
think it got you. Yeah, it was Gaiac. Gaiac got hit by it because it has a reach with its tail, and it was literally in a room. It whipped its tail around and hit him, but they did escape it. It was too big to fit through the hallways, so I kind of gave them a little bit of leeway there. Any other questions?
I think we roll a dice now. Let's roll
Yeah.
a
I'm gonna roll
dice. Let's roll a
Okay.
dice.
I'm going to roll a d4 because obviously I have questions, so it's going to
Yeah.
go from me, then I think you can see the same order, right? Me,
Yeah, it's
Maya.
alphabetical.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see.
Maya, 2.
Ooh. Okay, so let me pick a question. Let's see.
Hello, shifting to Wolf as well. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, dude. I actually have a question from chat, just quickly.
Yeah, go right ahead.
This is from Muckwood. Dirty 20 favorite podcast listened to while commit war crimes in 2003 Honda Civic. Yes, yes, maybe.
Yes.
But yeah, I think if chat had any
Okay, so
questions, we
this-
could keep an eye out.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you-
for
If you
sure.
guys have questions in the chat, feel free to ask. We do have a list that we've already got, but
Yeah.
we'll kind of slip it in if we have that kind of open space.
Okay. I've got a question for the DM. If Farrah Carter
God.
hadn't gone to the Abyss, how would things be different?
Okay. Well, firstly, you wouldn't have gone to the Abyss, right? That's the easy answer. I think it's one of those things that the best answer will come at the end of the campaign. Like, I intend to do something where we talk about what might have happened,
Wow.
and there were things that were going to happen, but I think the most obvious thing is that there's a good chance that you would have been around before Foyfort invaded that kingdom, right? And maybe Foyfort wouldn't have overtaken it. There are so many what ifs that could have happened. Obviously, Arya would not be with you. Probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
Who knows?
'cause
Maybe she would have had an
that's-
adventure on her own.
That's why you went there, right? To go and
Yeah,
Yeah,
to go and
save
rescue
her.
her.
Get
Yeah.
Arya. Yeah. And
Search
then
for Arya.
I've got another follow-up question for that.
Alright.
Were the Illithid always going to be the BBGE, if they even are, lol, this person said,
Okay.
if they even are, but at the minute there are, they're the threat that we're working.
they seem like the
Yeah.
end game
was it
threat at
always
the
in
moment.
was it always in your plans to have the Illithid?
Okay, that is a question. I think the easiest answer, without spoiling anything, is when you DM in the way that I have, I haven't gone in. It's not like a module where you know who the enemy is going to be. I began the game with many different seeds and then see what you picked up on. And I mean, when you guys went down into the Underdark, you kind of lent into that side, which may or may not have happened outside of the game. Like, that could have, if you hadn't gone down there, God knows what you would have done otherwise.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that Illithid threat might have just surfaced, and you would have no knowledge about it, or like no expectancy for it. So that's, yeah, I'm trying not to spoil anything.
That makes me worry though about things that we might have missed.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely threads and things that have been kind of pushed to the wayside. And firstly, I'm not going to punish people for not taking hooks, right? Because there's no point punishing players for not engaging in a particular thing. But that doesn't mean that those things aren't going to have consequences or lead on to something else.
Kind of outcome.
It could be, I mean, it doesn't have to be the worst outcome, but like, for example, when you went to Ravenwood and didn't go and rescue that boy that had got lost, you know, maybe that is something that in a future campaign maybe comes up, like, oh, I've been lost in these woods for 70 years, and like or a boy walks out 70 years in the future saying, I'm looking for my mum in Ravenwood, and your new characters at this point in time are like, what the fuck? That's the sort of, that's more what I mean. But
like
certainly the game could have gone many different ways, and I think, again, that's a question that I would answer right at the end. I would be happy to like answer that when it's not in spoiler territory.
Okay, so you won't answer my next question. Tell it to us straight. Who's the big bad evil?
I mean, that is the question. Who is the big bad evil guy, eh? Why don't you tell me so I can create them?
I have one here as well. It says, have they
Kayak.
already been foreshadowed? Ooh.
It's good.
Kayak.
Oh, shit. Guys,
There are many things that have been foreshadowed. Some of them may or may not come to pass, but there are whatever happens in the game.
It's just
If you go
too
past the
much.
Illithid, I mean, I don't know what, like, again, we don't know what level we're going to go to. We'll go until the story feels right. And if there are things past the Illithid, they may or may not have been foreshadowed and seeded within the first 30 sessions.
Oh, man. I love that shit.
Undead gluts.
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
Woven tapestry. All these threads right at the beginning.
I think we had a chat question that I might have just gone, that I might have missed.
I
but
see
see
one.
that,
Oh, it's for you, GM. Have you ever fibbed a
Oh,
roll?
yeah.
Have you ever fibbed a roll in order to not kill a party member? Or are you always willing to accept the roll as what it is?
That's an interesting question. You're asking me if I fudge rolls.
Yeah, basically. That's from Shifting Wolf.
Guess you'll never know.
Oh, I love that.
Has there ever been a
love that.
time?
What I will say, I'm a very firm believer in the story, and you know, I'm not the kind of DM that if you were to slip off a cliff, and I wouldn't just immediately, and you like rolled a shitty roll on it, I wouldn't be the kind of person to go, you immediately, you know, just fall to your death and die. I would allow there to be circumstances so that death has at least meaning if you do ultimately fail in whatever attempts are to rescue that person. I'm not the kind of person that would be like, oh right, you're just dead because you fell over something.
That's not exciting or rewarding for the players, is it?
Exactly. It's got to be rewarding.
Yeah.
But in the same vein, the dice roll as they may, and sometimes the dice gods desire a certain outcome, and I think as long as it feels fulfilling, it doesn't have to feel good, it doesn't even have to feel quote unquote fun, which is a weird word to use. It just has to feel rewarding.
Yeah.
Like something has happened and you come away from the game going, that was a story.
Yeah.
I don't feel shit about, oh fuck this game. You know, you go, okay, that story came to an end.
Yeah, I think that's
but it's
something
epic.
that it's when you watch a story of any kind, whether it's a series that you're watching, it's like an RPG, the things that are sad or disappointing about it add to the story. It doesn't always have to be, you know, we win constantly, we like, you know, have the most amazing rolls at all times, because that, for me, that would make it boring. You know, there's no danger in that. There's no actual risk that, you know, if we're traversing a mountain and, you know, there is difficult terrain, we are prepared as people playing the game and our characters are prepared to take that risk that they might fall off a cliff and die. We're taking these risks on because we know that if it was to happen, that it's part of the story.
Yeah.
Those are what create the stories, right? Like trying to steal that pearl.
Yeah.
And I know we fucked up because we didn't keep an eye on the guard, but there were also
That's so
a lot
funny.
of bad rolls involved.
There were a lot of
Yeah.
bad
meant
rolls.
that's into what it was.
But you know what?
Just
That's
circling
not
back
life,
to
isn't it?
something.
Yeah, I saw.
Just circling back to something that I saw in the chat. So there's a reference to Ducadian, which was a character on a different kind of series that we do, which is like a West
Deucey.
Marches one.
Deucey Lucy.
So there are two reasons
Oh
for
my
the
God.
situation that occurred there. So first of all, Sam's character had to roll not a natural 1 on his death save to not die. He rolled a natural 1. Now, normally that would be like, okay, your character has died, but the reason that kind of slipped by was mostly because the intention of that combat was that these dryads were not intending to slay you, and I forgot about that, and you shouldn't have been making death saves in the first place, and I only realised once you had actually died, oh hang on a second, they're not meant to be, like, they're not intending to kill. And secondly, it was the beginning of the session, you hadn't even gone in the dungeon yet, and like we were like 20 minutes into the stream, and that game is a lot more kind of not, I wouldn't say light-hearted, but it's there's more of a more relaxed game.
It's
Is
not-
what that
yeah.
one is.
It feels a lot
yeah.
about, like, it scratches that dungeon crawl itch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if that had happened, like, once you had gone inside, yeah, he would have died.
We were just
But
standing outside.
it's about, as a DM, realizing what is like the right moment for stuff to happen. It's a very difficult balance. I
Context
think.
matters, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
context
sure.
is absolutely
Sure,
important.
But you know what? If you are a DM and this is the world is a homebrew, right? Val-Aeria is something that you then act as the DM, as I guess the master of our fates, and you know sometimes through
like that
impossible
phrase.
means. Yeah, mastery of fate. Sometimes through whatever means it is. Sometimes it's just sheer luck. Sometimes it's just bad luck. Things don't go the way that you
Yeah.
thought, and you know. It's a homebrew, you know.
Oh my god. Sorry, I just read a question that
What?
I think will definitely appear later down the line.
Oh, is this about an assassin on there?
Oh no, in my list,
Oh, I
I just saw one that I'd missed.
Do you want to
I
ask
see.
it?
I see what you're saying. By the way, shifting to wolf. I hope I'm saying that right. Wow.
Nat 20. Ooh.
I
Yeah,
think
that's a lot of damage.
using
But
my
again, that's kind of context.
using my DM brain for that scenario, as long as the DM made it really clear that that was going to be an incredibly dangerous thing for that character to do, like then they walked into it knowing full well like this guy could
Yeah.
murder me instant.
Yeah.
Like you got to make sure that the characters know that they're taking a big risk.
That's why I kind of have open things like vibe checks. I think is what we called them.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
what it happens. It's basically an insight check to get a gut feeling of the situation.
Right.
So if you walk into a room with a dragon in it, your characters don't know how difficult that dragon is going to be. You as a player might, but how do you work that into the game world without,
Yeah.
you know, quote unquote metagaming? And the way in which we do it is just you kind of.
Gut
Sometimes I won't even do a check for it. Sometimes I will be like, you get that feeling that
This is going to be
something is like that. It's like a sixth sense almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's still
But you
gut,
have
trust in your
that
gut, right?
anyway. If you
Yeah.
walk into a haunted house, you're not gonna feel like, oh, everything's
Yeah.
fine. You
And the
know,
thing
if
is-
you genuinely feel a chill, then that's fair enough. That's an insight into something.
Yeah.
hmm
Maybe there should be a passive stat for that, you know, like a passive
Yeah.
gut. Like you
It
got
should
passive
be.
wisdom and like passive perception and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, I always note down people's passive insight anyway. To be honest,
perhaps-
just especially for like social situations.
yeah,
Because there are some characters who, I don't know. It's like the difference between somebody like Zuko and Kensei. Kensei, I feel like, is one of those people who is like, observant and, you know, like feels out the
Mm-hmm.
vibes of the room, and Zuko is just like, I'm here!
I'm going to buy a bottle of salt water. Because wear it.
It
That
makes
is
me
the
smell like
stupidest
you,
200
mate.
gold. Every other character
Oh,
I've
that
ever
was
played would
the
be so
best.
mad at me for doing that, but I had to. I was like,
I wish
fucking
there was a
of course.
question of like, what is the biggest waste of money that someone has spent in the game?
Is that is the big waste
That
of
would
money.
be it.
But
That
he's
would
gonna
be
wear
it.
it till the last drop, and he's gonna enjoy it. I've got a fun one. If
All right,
no
go
one else
ahead.
has one.
Yeah.
Okay. Your characters are the CEO of something. What are they the CEO of? What are they the CEO of?
Is that yours? Is that yours, mate?
It's not. It's actually not.
Oh right.
It's a really good
interesting to
question,
think.
though. See, the thing is, I know instantly what Alice Streams would be. She would be the CEO of selling morally dubious weaponry. Like, she would, and she wouldn't even
war
think
criminal.
about it. She would basically be a war
Like
criminal. but she
Tony
wouldn't even
Stark
think about it.
at the beginning of his arc.
Yeah, basically. Yeah,
Right, okay.
Amazing.
yeah.
I love that.
But I
description.
know instantly, she's not going to sell flower petals, is she?
No. No, yeah, you're right. I'm trying to think. I think
Like, could you see her
Zuko,
doing anything else.
he's quite eccentric. I could see him being a weird antiques business
Yes.
dealer, like antique dealer, but like
Absolutely.
on a real high end, like real bougie end of antique dealer,
Yeah.
like $1 million paintings and shit. Like, I could see him there.
I think for Gaiak, on like a meme level, he's a CEO of awkward social interactions. But if he was, or just not knowing how to act in social situations, I think if he was actually gonna like sell something, if you walked into a shop that was owned by Gaiak, there would just be like really random shit that you wouldn't want to buy, like a stick. He'd be like, why is that stick 20
A
gold?
stick.
And it's like,
I feel like
oh,
Gaiak
I
would either.
threw it.
Oh, sorry.
What about?
You grew it. Found it. I found it. You want it? It's 10 gold.
I made it. It was really hard work.
Yeah.
Like just
Gaiak
would
those
either get
snail
to-
shells, but like the way I imagine the snail shells that he makes is the pictures on them look like they've been drawn by a 5-year-old, and that's the
He could
kind
have
of
an
shit
Etsy
he'd
shop.
sell.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god,
yes,
Gaiak with an
would.
Etsy
He
shop.
Would. He would. If
That's
Gaiak ever got to be a CEO, it would be through pure luck, pure dumb luck, or the fact that he's a great salesman because people like him and people just promote him because they like him.
I'm gonna.
I mean, he was a runner-up for God Amongst Men, right?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Oh wow.
I knew Kensei was gonna win that because I mean it's Kensei, isn't it?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? We've got to do the other characters now.
Right.
Arya would be. What would Arya be?
I could see her either being the head of some kind of mafia, like
Yes.
full-on crime syndicate,
Yep.
or just like a practical joke shop.
Isn't that perfect for Arya and Alice?
There's no in between.
The war criminal and the mafia.
Match made in heaven. Eh?
It's clearly meant to be. Alistair.
Oh, Alistair.
Oh, Storm.
I think Storm's an interesting one. Do you think he
I
could
feel
be
like Storm would
Zuckerberg
sell
in another
books.
life?
Yeah, I feel like he would be like he would own a library.
Yeah.
Like a huge.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He would own a bookshop but hate selling the books.
I just want to keep them all.
Yeah, literally. He would run his business at a loss because he wanted to keep all the
As
books.
soon as someone comes to buy one, he just like whacks 100 gold on top. No,
Yeah.
it's one of my favorites. I went into.
I'll pay you to keep it.
Yeah.
If I can keep it, I'll pay you more.
Yeah. And then Alistair. What would Alistair do? Alistair would be forced to take over like a family business or something.
Oh man, he's like, I don't want to be a blacksmith, Dad.
Yeah, yeah. He'd be like, this is your duty, son. This is the reason you
So
were
he,
born.
he runs away and becomes a tailor instead.
Yes.
Oh.
What a great question.
I like that
Kensei as a CEO.
I feel like he is just a straight businessman.
You
Yeah.
know what?
He's-
Kensei
like, he
as
is
a CEO, the thirst traps are real. Like, if somebody did like an alternate universe,
and
I can
booted.
tell you. Yes,
Oh my god,
absolutely.
yeah. He would look like a mafia boss, but he
Yes.
wouldn't be.
Yeah. Gentle giant.
A gentle giant. God, I want to see Kensei in a suit now.
I do.
God damn it.
Someone draw it.
Fans, get at it.
I can't wait
we
for the
need
day.
fan art.
I can't wait. That's a milestone right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh god.
I got a question for Gaiak,
Yes.
if you want it. Do you want it?
Yeah. Yeah, of course I want it.
That was the question.
Oh, I do
No,
want it.
what does flying mean to Gaiak?
It's, I mean, as it is to like, it's if he lost the ability. I think I had this conversation with you once. If he lost the ability to fly, I don't know what he'd do. That would be like, to him, that would be like his life's over. It's like freedom. It's this like his perspective on the world is completely shifted by having the ability to fly. It's kind of something, being in the air and being in the sky is something that allows him to like continue to be connected in a way to like his clan and his past. And yeah, I think if it means more to him than any other kind of like ability that he has. If he lost the ability to fly, that's it.
I've got a question. Let me find it again. So, this is actually for all of you, though Zuko might not have much to say on this. What was going through your characters' heads when they found out about Alistair's true intentions? Like, and by which I mean the reveal of his cultish background. When you were, I'm specifically thinking of that moment on the road to Porta Minor.
I remember that really vividly, actually, because I remember they actually, Alistrine and Alistair, I thought had a really nice dynamic, because obviously it was kind of unspoken, but you obviously know that they had very similar backgrounds. And I felt like that was something that they both kind of sensed in each other. And when that came out, for me, it felt like betrayal. Like, you know, I thought we had come to some sort of understanding, but we are just completely different. Like, you had all these opportunities presented to you and you threw them away for nothing. Like, it felt like, you know, you just stomped on everything that I wanted.
Yeah, I think it's for Gaiak, it's because he's got like so attached to the group. It was sort of like, it was betrayal in a different way. Like, if he's lying about that, what else is he lying about? Are all of these people lying? And from that point, for a while afterwards, he was very like weary of Alistair and just didn't really want to interact with him that much. Kind of stayed away from him.
Yeah,
That was one of my favourite reveals.
I wasn't around, but I think I may have been watching it. I remember, or at least I've heard you guys talk about it. It just seems like one of those cool moments, just those really drama-driven scenarios. I love it. A little bit of conflict.
Because up until that point, like, he was just this cleric boy I'm surprised no one mentioned like the weirdness of his powers. The fact he was this cleric, but
Necrotic everything.
yeah, everything was necrotic and dark and shadowy. And yeah, just that reveal was one of my favourites because it was a long time coming, and we had just got out of the Ravenwood arc, and to have suddenly this reveal was just kind of the cherry on the cake, I guess. Just
Yeah,
love
for
that.
sure.
That was my favourite.
He was literally like forced into it as well. I can't remember because somebody was like
Storm or
asking.
something.
Storm called him
Yeah.
out, right?
Yeah, because he was talking about
was it-
trust.
Yeah, and then, you know, we were like, no, you've got to tell us, like, you have to tell us right now, and he was like, fine. Yeah, he did not
I was
want
not
he was forced
expecting
into
that.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I was actually talking with Jay, and if Jay was here, I'm sure he would say that Storm's original intention was to actually keep that information. He was never going to say it until the moment was right where he could talk to Alistair about it himself. But the moment that Alistair was like chatting shit about trust, something clicked with Storm where it was like, "You fucking hypocrite," and released that information.
All of our characters are hypocrites, though, in one way or another. Because
Yeah.
we all talk big game about wanting to trust each other and wanting to, be able to work as a team, but nobody is actually willing to actually have a conversation where they talk about why they feel the way they do.
That's what I'm here for.
The therapist has arrived.
I'm the therapy angel been sent to you by God.
Because the thing is, Kensei did try, but Kensei can't say anything about himself. So he can't reciprocate it. So he's really big on, let's be honest with each other, but he is physically unable to do that.
That's a good duality, though. I like that.
Yeah.
Because he wants to, and he would if he could, right? Like we found out last session with Alistair being able to coax something out of him. So that's a cool dynamic.
Yeah, that was the first little seed there, wasn't it?
Oh,
For his thing. Sam, do you have a question in your collection?
Yeah, Sam.
I do. This is one that I've been looking at for a little while because I don't think we've delved into it.
do it.
Just a little bit spicy. Do past lovers hold sway over your character's feelings still?
Is that for everyone?
Yeah. Open question.
Okay. No. I don't have any past lovers.
Aw.
I think we've talked about this, like, just outside of the game about Zuko. He's a very naive to that kind of stuff. He's not very experienced in the world of birds. Well, yeah, he got a birds and bees chat last
Clouds
session.
start growing in places where they didn't grow before.
Yeah, look, okay, it was a spontaneous moment.
It was great. It
That was
so
brilliant.
fun.
I was so hungover, I had to think of something, and it just came out, alright?
It was
It
brilliant.
was great. It was a funny moment, and I'll remember that. That might have been the
Yeah.
weirdest thing I've experienced in this game.
And
was
now
cool.
I kind of want to have Zuko wake up one day with like a little bit of like white cloud around his little tufts of cloud.
Just under his arms, like, what?
What's
'Cause
going on? Little rain cloud that's pouring water. What's happening?
He
now
just
I want
little
him to
wisp,
have a-
like those little puby hairs.
A full cloud beard. Oh
Yeah.
my god,
I want him to have a full cloud beard now.
that
would be
is
beautiful. That'd be amazing.
that is his character arc.
The,
beard.
the journey to grow facial hair. But yeah, so no, I think it does hold a little bit of sway over him, but not massively.
How old is Zuko, canonically?
He is a young adult. He's like just on the cusp of adult. Well, no, he's an adult, but yeah, he's young. He's a young boy.
Okay.
He's not experienced a lot, bless him. He's been thrust
What
in the deep end.
about, what about Gaiac?
There's no one that I don't think there's anyone that has sway over him now. There is a like I have written in. There is like I have officially written in. There is a like it exists. There is a Aarakocra who he
I believe it.
had. Believe it or not, there is Aarakocra who he had a little bit of a
flame.
thing with when he was younger, but it's nothing that would have like affect him nowadays. Maybe if he just randomly saw it one day, I'd be like, what the hell? But no, nothing that really affects him now in any way. Well, we know a little bit about Alistrine. But...
Well, it's a difficult one for Alistrine because really, she's not had any past loves. She's had an arranged marriage. You know, it wasn't anything serious. They saw each other maybe 3 times, and you know, then obviously what happened, and she doesn't know if his family, betrayed hers, or has even maybe they've been executed. She has no idea what's happened to Demetrius, I think his name was. I can't remember. But yeah, she didn't have any particular feelings towards him. I think really the first inkling she's had of anybody who is, well, really even a friend, because she's grown up in an environment where nobody could really be her friend, because she's the heir to the throne. You don't tease them or pick on them the same way that you do your other friends, because they have the power to kill you if you displease them. So she's never really had that dynamic with anybody. So Arya coming along and just being herself and being very open and jabby towards Alistair, I think it's made her think that, oh, this is what it really feels like to have somebody who is relaxed and authentic.
Mm-hmm. That leads on into another question that you've kind of answered, but it was, what does Alistair like about Arya, and what does she see in her?
I think that she likes the fact that Arya does what she wants. Alistair is always focused on what her father wants for her. That's literally the only thing that's... She's never even thought about what she wants from life, because her goals and the people of the Drakentoft Isles have always been her priority. Like, it's been hammered into her since day one. I think she likes that Arya is very free, and she doesn't put on airs to anybody, let alone people who are of royal blood. She is always herself, and it makes her very likable.
Nice.
Bit soppy.
No.
No romance. Caught a little blush.
Alistair does have feelings.
So it kind of does link to that then. This is a question for everyone. Which dynamic of characters do you enjoy the most? Like, is there a dynamic duo that
I love
stands
Arya
out?
and Gaiac. Arya and Gaiac's dynamic, I love it, because Arya treats Gaiac almost like a little brother. Like, she cares about him so much, and I think that's part of the reason why actually Alistair has been a little bit softer on Gaiac, because she knows how much Arya likes him.
Yeah, I think in that, Gaiac sees her a lot. Like, the way I feel Gaiac thinks about her is kind of like a sister, like a bigger sister. That he would definitely, probably, there's not much he wouldn't do to protect her.
That's cute.
I think one of my favourite dynamics, I mean, everyone has a really interesting, different relationship, and I love that everyone has a different dynamic. Like, when you pair two of the members of Ferricata up, it's always going to be different. But one of the ones that has emerged recently, that I saw happening at the beginning, but it's kind of come into its head now, is Kensei and Alistair. Because there's this very, like, fatherly aura about Kensei, and I think he really wants to guide Alistair to a better place than he's in, and particularly that showed through after the whole vampire scenario, where Kensei was trying to talk to Alistair and just help him through that situation. I don't know, I feel like Alistair, because he doesn't have great fatherly figures, both of them have kind of been a bit shitty. It's interesting to see when Kensei picks up on that and is like the father that Alistair never had. I guess that's what it feels like to me.
An actual good dad, rather than
that's
one who takes advantage of him.
Yeah.
That's a dynamic I've never seen explored in a D&D game as well. So that's
I
gonna be
love
cool
it.
to see as we continue. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an intentional act or if it's just me picking up on some of the things, but that is one of my favourites.
For me, as even before like, obviously right now I'm like the new guy, so there's not really any solid dynamics formed, but I am excited to see where things go with that. As a viewer, I feel like whenever Storm and Gaiac pair up to do anything,
Oh,
it's just great. It's just great to
It's
watch.
like two people who share a brain cell. Like that's the vibe.
Like, it was
He's
one
like the
time-
smartest member of the group.
Yeah.
But they like the first time I watched you two do something, you lost all of your gold. You gambled it all away.
Wait, when was that? When was that?
You was in the city when the boat explosion happened.
Oh, Porta Minor.
You was in Porta Minor, and then the other thing that happened is you went to the docks, and you nearly just murdered a racist straight up. Like, let's just kill this guy right now.
For some reason, we'd
Nearly
been given
started
the
a
task-
war with
We'd been
David
given the task where it's like,
Balloon.
let's send the two who are worse at social interactions to go have social interactions.
Oh man,
Oh,
it's a good
that was-
duo.
That was another favourite moment of mine where you came back to the group and were like trying to talk about the guy from David who's suspected of being the guy that organised the explosion, and where Alice was going off on like you could have just started a war and Gaiac and Storm are there, Pikachu face, and then just you going, whoops.
Oh,
Oh,
that
it
leads
was
on to funniest joke a character has ever told. For
wait.
the one for me is when Alistrine is like, is there any like water thing you could get?
Yes.
And Storm goes, you see, Alistrine, I used to live in a desert.
I come from a large desert.
That's what I was going to say as well.
100%, like, easy.
That was
Oh,
a great
that
moment.
was
It didn't even, I don't
So
think
witty.
he even intended it for it to be as funny as it was.
No.
Pun
it was
not
just-
intended. It
oh.
was so dry.
Yeah.
And the delivery was just, it just worked. It just worked. It was just funny.
Just one of those
It's just
moments
Just
comical.
like,
where
Alistrine, you fucking
the comedy-
dumbass.
the comedy stars aligned and everything just worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Oh, it was good.
Beautiful
Oh, it was-
moment.
That was amazing. That was
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh.
Oh, there's a great clip of it as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
for
there
sure.
is. I think I might have
Oh.
made that clip.
Oh.
Is there any
Ah.
particular part of the story so far that has been your favourite?
Well,
I loved the Ravenwood arc. That was my favourite bit,
Mm.
I think. Maybe. I don't know. I just like that whole arc. It felt very satisfying, and maybe it was because it was the first true character-focused arc that it felt really rewarding to engage in it, because it was based on something that a player had written, and yeah, that's probably my favourite bit so far.
I really liked just like, again, the first thing that comes to mind is just being on the boat, because it was such a big change to anything I'd ever done in D&D before. It was my first like experience on a boat on the ocean, and being like a birdman that can kind of like fly through all the rigs and kind of go out on his own a little bit was just really, really fun. And also Paige, I just liked guy can
Oh,
read
yeah.
relationships.
That's cute. That was the cute dynamic.
If I had to choose out of the many arcs I've been in, it would be the Deep Bay arc.
What about you? What about you, Maya?
I actually really enjoy the parts where we're traveling and there are those opportunities for the fireside talks. I really enjoy that of, you know, two characters.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he hasn't had a fireside talk yet.
I
Yes,
thought
another
he'd been
fireside.
murdered. I was like, what the heck? I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh my god.
Just, I feel
Yeah,
like
they're
us
great.
going to this competition is going to give us a bit of an
Yeah,
opportunity to do that again. And, you know, when two characters who are on watch together, who normally would kind of stay away from each other, have to interact, I love, you know, watching just what
I'm
happens.
back. Yeah, I'm so excited for campfire talks.
Really?
It's one of my favorite things in D&D is just when the characters get a chance to just not be like at death's door and like worried about being murdered. Well, I guess campsite is kind of a
I'll
dangerous
keep that in
place,
mind,
but
yeah.
but yeah, I feel like in character it's like you get a chance to like, oh, and then just actually, especially for Zuko, like he's got so much. I want to ask so many questions.
Yeah, because you've got that's your opportunity to be able to find out more as as the character.
Yeah, exactly. I do actually have a question. You mentioned that we're heading to this competition, this tournament. This is one for Gaiac.
I've seen this one.
Yeah. Gaiac, you seemed incredibly passionate about that competition last week. What's all that about, eh? Direct wording.
I kind of told Alastrine about it, and a lot of it is from, like the researcher stuff and the stuff with Thrisk, and that the Stronghold of Valor is something that, and I remember I asked Ewan about it, because he told me kind of where the 8th house was, and I messaged him, and I was like, he said there was a structure built on top of it, what was the name of it? And you sent it to me, the Stronghold of Valor. And then it was maybe like 2 sessions later when it was like, at the Stronghold of Valor, and there was just this moment where I was like, oh my god, this is somewhere where I've like been wanting to go, and now we actually have like a reason to go there. And I was trying to I've been kind of thinking of a few ways to kind of get, because I think there's a couple of party members that are a little bit, they're not sure about it, so I've been thinking of a few ways to maybe persuade them. But yeah, that's why, because the Stronghold of Valor is the location where the circle of it is 8th, right? Is it 8th or 6th?
Yeah.
The 8th circle.
The 8th circle once was or still is.
I actually have a question about them as well. For you, Ewan. How much of Thrisk's 8th house has a sway on the competition we're about to undertake?
We'll find out in a couple of sessions' time.
Whoa! Hell yeah.
I mean, that I don't want. It would be ruining if I told you much more than that. But all I'm gonna say is that, kind of linking to what Shifting Dwarf said earlier on about character death and stuff, is that even if a character dies, that doesn't mean that their story ends, right? And one of my passions from like the earlier days of the campaign, way back when I was in my other house, and Maya had only just joined, and when Thrisk died, I knew there was an element of his story, his backstory, things I don't think he really went into too much detail about, that I thought his story isn't going to just end, right? The things that he wrote in that backstory exist, and like it's still part of the story, and I'm very excited to see where that goes. And I think Sam knows bits of what it could be.
I know a few,
but I don't want to say anything else.
And I was so excited to just see what's actually going on with that.
I love that though, that even though the character died, it's not just done and dusted there.
I've been talking with Jay about it for like over a year now.
Wow.
Is it a sign that I wore this t-shirt today?
I know. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to rip off a major plot point from Critical Role, but yeah, there's definitely elements of his story that exist in the world, and I've talked with Jay, and all this sort of stuff has been discussed with him. And maybe, never mind.
Oh.
Okay.
Talking about character death.
Oh.
Well, I've lost the question now. Damn it. When the party went to the Abyss, were you at all were you genuinely afraid we would die?
Yes, I was very much prepared for you all to die.
Big TPK.
Yeah, because the thing is, well, this is the thing, right? I told you how dangerous it would be. It's like that conversation that we were having earlier on about context. I made it explicitly clear how dangerous the Abyss is. You had several characters warn you how dangerous it would be, and you still decided to go in. And it wasn't just a fuck it, we're gonna fuck the story, we're going in, despite that, because there was a strong narrative reason why you wanted to go in, and I really appreciated that. But if there was a good chance that you would have died, and there were several occasions that I thought, if you go around that corner, you're definitely dead, because there is a monster around that corner. So what I will say is, because I don't think it's very spoilery, the Abyss is a chaotic space, right? So a lot of that level that you were on was randomly generated at the time. So I had things on that list that were like CR 16 and above, you would have been
Oh my
decimated.
God.
They'd still kill us
Because
now.
it's the abyss. It's the abyss, right?
Yeah.
I can't pull my punches. But you lucked out on it, and the one that was very, very close to killing you was that fucking dog, the Shusuva, I think it's called. That was the one that actually was the most likely to kill you that you encountered. You got very, very lucky with that.
Shisuba.
But yeah, if you had just aimlessly wandered, eventually you would have come across something that you could not defeat, and you could have died.
Mm-hmm.
If you had died, well, the story might have been different. You might be rolling up new characters, start a new campaign, or something else might have happened. Guess you have to find out at the end of the campaign.
Oh shit!
Because I always had a plan. That's my answer. I hope it's good enough.
Staying on the theme of death, how does Gaiac feel about literally having died? Like,
it was a big, I mean, as it would for anyone, it was a big shock. Like, it was a big thing, like, no, you, like, this is dangerous. I mean, Thrisk had already died, and then it was like, he himself died, and, like, seeing the impact, just, like, the feelings of, oh my god, I died, were kind of overshadowed a little bit by the fact that he saw Thrisk and had an interaction with Thrisk, and that was a little bit of like a focus in his mind, like, oh my god, like Thrisk is still with us, and that was something he was trying to figure out, as well as dealing with the fact that he had just died.
Stream's gone down. We're gonna take like a quick 5-10 minute break, and we'll be back with more questions. Hello, welcome back. So, a little bit of internet issues going on, so apologies if we drop out again. Who would like to take it away? Do you know what? I think I'm going to ask one.
oh yeah, go on.
Just to kick off the return. This one is going to be for Zuko. So, Zuko met the group like a week ago, if that. What does he think of the others, and what compelled him to join them?
I think that in his mind, he's never had like friends, and he met this group of people who essentially have saved him from going to some prison cell. Like, they didn't have to help him, but they were just down to be like, let's solve this murder. Obviously, it aligned with your guys' like motivations at the time. So he kind of feels a little bit like thankful to them for helping him out of that jam. And then he got lost in the sewer doing something stupid. He thought he'd never see them again. So it's kind of like, I have to make the most of this opportunity now that I've met these people again. So let me ask my dad if I can like run around with them for a little while. And they just.
I want to know first impressions of everyone. First impressions of.
Yeah, I kind of know as well.
He thinks Gaiac is fantastic. And beautiful, and wants one of his feathers. One day. Ken say he is like fully intrigued in what the hell is going on there, because he's never seen anything like that. Alastrine, I think, was a little bit rude to him. But I mean, he's down. Plus, you have a cute dog, so hell yeah. Alistair, he went into the room. And Alistair was just in bed, and he was like, "Hi."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I think him and Alistair have gotten along just fine. And then Arya, I think he's very interested in Arya because she seems like proper chaotic, and he's definitely up for some shenanigans.
I feel like those two are gonna vibe.
Yeah, I think so.
I think she sees a lot of her brother in Zuko.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you remember me, because obviously you guys met
Toby.
him, Toby, at Ravenwood, and in a lot of ways they're very similar. And I think she maybe sees that siblingness in Zuko.
Yeah, for sure.
That's my interpretation, though. Don't let me speak for Elle.
But yeah, so he just sees this, and like he came to you guys with what is usually a solo endeavor for him of like, let's go delve in this weird place and get this thing, and you were all so up for it. So he definitely knows that he's gonna be able to continue to make his dad happy, but also get a bit more out of it in that he actually has some friends. So yeah.
I like that. Do you want me to roll for a person again?
We can do, yeah, let's do
it. Yeah.
Go for it.
Alright. Okay. Let's use a snazzy, hopefully one of these D4s. I mean, I suppose no one's actually... I've never shown the dice that I rolled to anyone.
I got my first set of dice. I got my first.
No way! And do you want to know? It's another 2, so it's you.
Oh, is it?
Whoa.
Yeah, I also ordered a new set of dice.
What dice are those?
They are holders.
They look cool.
They're beholders.
Mhm.
I want to see this. I want to see these dice. And then you have to ask your question, yeah.
Or the eye, I was like...
Yeah, beholders, gaze dice.
Where'd you get? Are they from Cricket?
They are from Forbidden Planet. When I was in London.
Cricket is a fan of the show. Apparently, he watches us, which is great.
Really?
Love you, Tim. Yeah, and to be honest,
I think all
I'm
of my dice.
I'm very thankful for you, Tim. You have helped me feed my dice addiction. The majority of my dice are Cricket dice, including I'm pretty sure it was the one that I killed Gaiak with. Was a Cricket dice? Yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Why did you sell him that dice? Why did you do it?
Yes, I think it might have even been with this beautiful bone dice. Look at that.
They
Look at
always
that.
roll
This is the advertisement section for Cricket here. Look at that. This is a vampire dice. I use this to attack you as a vampire. This is granite.
Do you use specific dice for specific monsters as well?
I do.
Nice.
This is one of my favourite ones. This is my most recent purchase.
Did you use
I
that
like the tech thing on that.
for the Behir?
I did, yes.
Nice.
And this is my standard like DM dice, which is the metal. This one's not from Cricket.
I have a
I
lot
don't
of
remember where
dice.
these are from. These are just from Amazon, I think.
Thinking about it, you can always tell when you roll what that one because it makes a satisfying thud in the dice
It
tray.
does.
You can hear a little.
Wait for it. This is Dice ASMR.
Oh,
No.
I'm about it.
It's my favourite. There we go, look. Oh, what is it? It's an 8.
Very nice.
Don't be
Yeah.
late.
So, and they are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of my many dice. I have
Yeah.
probably
I can
close to
feel,
1,000
I can
dice.
feel the addiction
I
rising.
think, yeah, it's, me like the sound of math click clack rocks.
Something in your lizard brain.
Oh shit! I've never heard. That's great. That's tickled me. Anyway, was it number 2? Was it?
Yeah, it was number 2. So it is at Maya.
Okay. I am going to ask a question for Gaiak. How does Gaiak feel about connecting again with his god?
This is something that I have been thinking about a lot recently. I can't say too much about it because there is something that is. I don't want to like spoil it if it happens at some point. But the original intent was like because he'd been away from like that part of his life for so long, like being with his clan. He was like it was a part of him trying to like reconnect to that. That was how it started originally. Things have changed a little bit, and he's had a lot of thinking time. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about it.
Interesting.
But that was the original
That's a good
intent.
question.
That was the big white bird. Yeah.
It's
Where you tapped its head
Technically.
and then.
oh that was
That was so cool.
yeah.
I
Is that
really
something
did not expect
different?
you to do that.
Kind of.
Okay. Right. I shan't ask to avoid spoilies. But
Spoily
interesting.
doilies.
All I'm
Really
going to
oily.
say is that you're going to enjoy the next few episodes.
So excited.
Oh man,
So excited.
Okay.
I'm excited too now.
Building that anticipation.
Yeah. fun. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have
I
a
have-
question, Sam, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, I have one for Alistrine.
Oh.
which is how big thing that happened recently. How did Alistair feel about what her mother told her? Was it a surprise?
Yeah, that was from a player point of view, like amazing, did not see it coming, but from a character point of view, that is literally horrible and literally like the worst thing that could have happened. Well, not the worst, but a pretty horrible thing that could have happened.
Is this the whole like mind flayer thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The tadpole.
She's got worms now.
I mean, that's
very
serious.
scary. It's very scary because at any point, I don't know what Ewan's thinking. At any point, Ewan could just decide it's too much and that mind flayer is coming out, and that's.
And then you're dead.
They are literally the bad that we're dealing with at the minute.
Yeah, and I have no idea how to approach anybody about that, because I don't know if people are going to be like, we can't travel with you because you are just too, like, you are a liability now. I don't know how people. I feel like I literally the session before I kind of had a think about where I wanted to go and like how I wanted Alistair to start acting around other people, because the vampire incident and the way that she spoke to people was really damaging to people's relationship with her, and they weren't in the best place to begin with. And I think that moment where she pushed and pushed and pushed people to the point where they thought, I'm not gonna deal with it anymore, to the point where even Arya walked out on her. And I think it was then where she was like, I have to start building proper connections with people. And then that news happened, and it's even more difficult to be close to people that you feel like you can't be honest with, because you're constantly afraid that they're going to reject you because of something like that. Yeah.
Wow, that's really deep. D&D is a role-playing game, guys, where we escape the real world. On that train of thought, though, again, as I think is going to be my running motif in this kind of Q&A and any others we do in the future until the end of the campaign. I'm avoiding spoilers, but there are a few little Easter eggs throughout, particularly your voyage in the Underdark, that alluded perhaps to.
I did not see that.
Yeah, well, I know that was the intention. The intention was that you didn't figure things out, but like, don't know, maybe you'll pick up on some of it or not.
Yeah, it was just very unexpected. And the more I thought about it, I was like, that makes perfect sense with the way that somebody actually develops psionic powers. Like, it made a lot of sense. I think it was the perfect explanation for it.
God, it's so great.
Yeah.
Great and unexpected piece of lore.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Well, it made, I think, Alistair realise why everybody was so against psionics. She's got this ability that, she's not harming anybody except monsters, but, everybody reacts to it like it's, a cardinal sin. And that, I think, really put it into perspective, because it's the power from the monsters she's trying to kill.
Mm-hmm. Fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, if she was gonna, I wanted to ask a second ago, if she was gonna tell anyone in the party, who would it be? I mean, if anyone, maybe she definitely wouldn't.
I feel like it probably would be Arya, because out of everybody, Arya's made a pact with a demon, and not just because they're close to each other already, but because Arya is in a similar-ish situation with being, with having a pact with a demon, and that whole thing that happened in the estate where she just looked like she was gonna flip out and attack people. I feel like that almost makes it a little bit easier because maybe she'll be able to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
I had a question, but I've lost it.
Oh no!
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
If you could go back and change one decision that you've made, what would it be?
The hair.
Starting the game.
We just blip out and lose this. Stream ends.
Oh man.
I mean, if I could go back and change one of your guys' decision, it would be Sam shaving his head.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
buddy.
No, honestly,
Sorry, buddy.
Honestly, everyone knows this. It was not a good decision. It was not a good decision. Sometimes I look
Was it
back
really
at
your
clips-
decision though?
Sometimes I look back at clips and I'm like, I wasn't even looking back. Like I feel like at the time I was trying to make the most of it. Be like, it's fine. Tell myself it's fine. I look back and I'm like, that was a bad decision, my friend. It's not good.
Oh shit.
I'm assuming it is about character decisions.
I would
though.
imagine
Yeah.
it's in reference to the game.
Not, yeah, like what in your life would you redo?
What's your biggest regret?
In
I don't
game,
know.
it was the hair.
Was
comments
being
that I was
born
doing.
my decision or?
Creative decision?
Anyway.
In the game.
In the
In the
game.
game.
That
Not
you would
personal.
change if you could. I wouldn't change any fucking decisions I've made so far.
I feel like someone actually answered this question earlier on.
Well,
Someone
Sam
said, "Oh, if I could
Yeah,
go back,
It was
I
the
wouldn't."
hair thing.
It was
I
the hair
liked your
thing.
hair.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah. That's what you meant. I thought you.
No,
That's where
I
my
was
joke
talking
came
about
from.
the I like your hair, but
Oh.
it was also a bad decision.
Yeah, that.
I think I would have made Alistrine's arc come a little bit sooner.
Really.
Yeah.
Which, when you say that, do you mean as in the realization thing?
Yeah, for sure. It made it come a little bit sooner.
In
Interesting.
a similar vein, I feel like I would have decided what I wanted to do, because I'm still not free there, and it comes like with Gaiak, he is confused and doesn't know where he wants to go, what his future is. But maybe just if I'd had a little bit more of a think of an idea of options, because I don't think I really thought about it too much at the beginning. I was kind of just like, let's go with the flow of things, not really knowing what I wanted to do with him.
Yeah, I had
think it's
that.
nice though, because you've got that growth. I think where I think one of the common misconceptions that people worry about when making characters is that you need to have everything figured out at the beginning. You don't. You can add stuff as you go along, and as long as there's something to begin with, as long as there's a foundation, you can develop things, including things that have happened in your past. And there are people. I'm not going to name names because it would ruin the idea behind what they've done, that have included stuff that wasn't there before, or not necessarily changed, but drastically added to what they originally gave me when we began the game, and that's perfectly fine. And I don't think you really notice it, that
No.
wasn't there before. So don't worry about not adding stuff. This is for anyone who happens to be watching and making characters. Don't worry about not having everything ready at the beginning, because you don't need to. As long as you can, begin with something. Fuck it.
Nice.
Advice.
Improvise.
Dirty 20.
Improvise 90% of everything anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what
really
it is. It's all improv, really.
Yeah.
It's good fun. It's good fun.
Oh, it's great.
I believe it is now Ewan's turn.
It is.
Question.
Before I go any further, I do want to say, on that vein of improv, is on the 30th, when we inevitably play Jay's game, I'm going to be improving every single piece of lore,
Hell yeah.
and I'm gonna be asking him for so much stuff.
That's
Free
when
law.
the
I'm,
war
gonna
began.
I'm making him well build for me. It's going to be great.
That's funny.
Yes, my question then, I guess. Let's have a look. You've kind of answered that one. Okay, here's one for Gaiak. So, how did Gaiak feel about reforming with Ferracata after not seeing them for some time? Did he feel an obligation to join them again? Why was he working with those bandits in the first place? And that is one from me.
Okay, so because we had a conversation when I was gonna come back about like what would have happened to
This
Gaiak.
is a long time ago.
Yeah, and I don't think. I mean, I definitely didn't realize how little in-game time had actually passed.
Yeah, like a couple of weeks, if that.
Yeah, and I think he was always like he was extremely eager to like join them again. He left not because he left not because he didn't want to be with them anymore or because he didn't want those relationships. So when they showed up again, it was definitely he wanted to be back with them 100%, especially after they then went through that little journey together. He was like, no, I want to stay with these people.
Yeah.
And the reason he was working for the people he was working with was literally just because he needed some money. He had like this journey that he wanted to go on, and he needed money. That apparently is a theme with Ferracata. We always
It is.
We're
need money.
broke. We're so
Hello.
broke.
If I have recently learned I don't need to railroad you. All I need to do is like put a coin purse and hang it in the air and be like, oh, look at this coin purse, and then hidden behind it is the facade of plot point. Coin purse.
Yeah.
Not that I've actually done that thus far.
Sitting on the back
but,
of the donkey with a
it is
carrot
something.
stick.
If I need to do it, I know I can just throw money in front of you and you'll sniff it out, or Aria will anyway.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a bloodhound.
For cash dollar. That's my question.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll again, or has anyone got one in mind?
I do have one that's a little bit,
Go right ahead.
a little bit of a different one, which is about just us.
Alright.
How did you all meet as players, and how did the game begin? And then in brackets, like, how did you get this stream together?
Oh. Okay. Wow. that is a statement. So, most of us, so it was, this is a really loaded question. So most of us went to uni together, to study acting, and that was me, Sam, and Elle were all in this, and Hayden were all in the same year. Jay was a year below us, who we met, and Ben was... Oh, Jay was 2 years below us. Ben, who was Rusty at the beginning of the campaign, was a year below. We all knew each other from our course in the multiple years. Before we began this game, I ran one way back with Jack and Elle. And Amy, who those of you who have watched any of the other stuff on the channel will know, is like has come into a couple of Jack's games.
It was Dayra as well at the beginning of.
It was Dayra at the beginning of the campaign. So we all knew each other from there. Then a certain thing happened in the world. I don't know if you know about it. There was a pandemic, so we all went online, which sadly meant that we weren't able to play with Ben anymore. And during that time, Jay brought on his friend Maya, who joined for, I think it was Eyes to the East, right? And then he was oh, can she join like the main game? And I said she can, but like we've been playing it for months and months and months. Are you sure she's not going to be like feel out of her depth? We're also at a higher level, but if she wants to join, she can. And so you joined. The rest of that is history. And then I don't even remember how we met Mitch. Was it the Star? You'd
it was
watched
Natural
the
Wonders.
game, right?
Me and
Yeah.
Mitchell were having a conversation because he was talking about wanting to start the Natural Wonders game, and then he said, "Oh, ask Ewan if he wants to join." And I was like, "I'm in a call right now with Ewan and Jay." And then he was like, "Oh yeah, ask both of them if they want to join." And
the rest of that was history.
So
We all met
Mitch
each other at
go to
different
uni with
points.
you as well.
I knew Mitch from ages ago, like sixth
School.
form, secondary school.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we did sixth form together, but you were a year above me in school, so
So
Kind of.
similar to me and Jay, then just at school together.
yeah,
and then-
basically.
Yeah.
And then because Sam streams, I would like watch his stream anyway, and we always talked about D&D whenever I was in the chat or whatever. So I was like, right, well, I want to get Sam involved in this other project, and you guys had just started streaming on this channel, so I was like, fuck it, I'll watch this, and I was like, damn, these guys are cool. Let me invite some of them to come play in my game, and then it just happened that I think I played on Ice Thieves first. As Zoom.
Yeah, you did. It's with the
Yeah.
same. Yeah, it was exactly
Yeah.
the same situation. Started with the character in Ice of the East,
Yeah.
and then
Oh, yeah.
and then you went and made it canon that it exists before the game.
Does that count?
One question I've been wanting to like actually ask
Oh,
you in the
God.
game, and I can't because Gaik doesn't know about it. Do you still have that first gem you found?
What?
When we were in Eyes to the East, and he like found his first gem, his first bit of loot, and he was like really excited about it. Does he still have that?
I mean, you transferred the character over, so I guess it might actually
It's
be
the
in your
same sheet.
inventory.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, I did have. You know the shadow circlet that Visceral gave me. I have that technically,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
but I took that off my sheet because you said about having a magical item, and I need to
Yeah.
sort that out. But yeah, so not actually canon, but I did joke about it once.
Yeah, Ice of the East is a weird limbo state, if I'm honest. It's I will be honest, I have not truly decided on its canonicity or like what elements of it bleed through, but I have tied elements to of things that have cropped up in Ice of the East to the official lore. And in the newest update of the Val-Aeria handbook, there's some updated stuff on there that takes things that you uncovered in Ice of the East, and I put it on there. So
I actually,
it's tied together. Just
I had a question about the handbook. Is that
Okay.
something that you will make publicly available? Like, is that available to a viewer, or is that for people who play?
So I mean, I created it with the mind of for people that play, so they have something they can refer to when they want to create a character.
Yeah.
And just because I'm a nerd and I like making books that no one will ever look at, like if I put that out on a market, it's not going to get bought. But I enjoy the prospect of making it. The process of it helps me world build and helps me feel. I don't know. I can't really describe it.
It's really
but
visual progress. Like,
yes.
I'm putting this
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I would like to make it official, or at least put a draft out there. But it's far from finished, and I don't have the time to add to it as I would like to. But eventually, a version of it would be out there. I think once it's in at least like a semi-complete state where everything has at least something to it, I'd put a version of it out there.
Awesome.
Nice.
But yeah, if viewers want to look at it, if there's enough traction to see it in its current state, I mean, I'd put it out there and I'd let people look at it if they want.
Because I mean, it is very good.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yes.
Props on
It's
it.
it's fantastic.
I
It's
appreciate that.
so good.
It's
Just
proper wicked.
the amount that it's gone
I
into
love
it,
it.
and it's just packed with lore.
Learning
And
hate
the amount of
develop.
times that I've read it just to get an understanding of context, it's actually very, very helpful.
That's really good. I'm really glad that it's been useful. I'm glad that you think it's good.
It is very
Because
good.
it has taken a lot of time. And I know someone else has this question, so I apologise that I'm about to steal it from whoever's list it's in. But I remember it vividly, is how much how much during a week do you think about the campaign / D&D? And because of what you've just asked, I'm kind of putting that out there because I think about it constantly, and that is why this thing exists, because I constantly think of something. I'm like, I need to write that down, and then when I've written it down in because I have like a OneNote of all the information of everything on the campaign and beyond, that I then put that in a handbook.
So it's like brain dump and then filter it into more.
Exactly. So there's stuff in the handbook. For example, the gods. There is more information that I have personally that I keep to myself that is not in the handbook.
I see.
As just one example, because there's stuff that I think would be spoilery for players. So and anyone who's, if viewers wanted to read it, that wouldn't spoil the game. But still add the information there.
If we discovered that in game and it was now knowledge to all of us, would you then be
I'd
like,
probably
oh,
put
just
it in
chuck
there.
it in there? Right. I like
Yeah.
that.
So, yeah, because there are certain things like what the avatar of a god looks like. I'm not going to tell you unless you see it.
That's cool, and that
If that
actually
even exists. Because that's not in there, but I have stuff like that. I'm not saying that specifically, but stuff like that I don't want you to know.
Yes, it's like we're unlocking it as we play. Like,
Yeah, kind of, yeah. There's I even have a section of races that, like, homebrew races that may or may not exist depending on your actions in the game.
Oh.
Wow.
So, like,
that's
if one of
cool.
us decides to make one, for example, and then
Well, the thing is, you wouldn't be able to make them unless
Somehow
you know
we
about
knew.
them or something
Yeah.
happens with that. So, there, for example, in Eyes to the East, where you uncovered a temple to these strange canine humanoids,
yeah.
they may or may not exist. That they're not necessarily werewolves. They might be an entirely different race.
Oh wow, I haven't thought about that. I just assumed they were
Yeah.
gnolls.
I think you would know they definitely weren't gnolls. They definitely weren't gnolls. I mean, you saw one in the flesh.
Yeah, we thought like that big
Yeah, they
one.
They were not gnolls. They were not gnolls.
Oh, wow.
This is more just for reassurance for me than anything else. I don't know about you guys as players, but for me, I think about D&D way too much. I will literally just sit and be like, just thinking about it. Literally just like sat there, not just looking off into the distance, like, yeah.
I think about it a lot. I like. Maybe this sounds weird. I like act potential stuff out in my head, like when I'm in the shower or whatever.
Yes, thank God.
Yeah.
Same here.
I'm like,
Same.
I wonder if this is gonna happen in the future. Oh, what would Gaiak do? And then like I act this situation out in my head.
Yeah.
I prepare conversations that might
yeah.
happen in the future.
Yeah.
I feel for Katie a lot. For those who don't know, my partner, where I like every so often, I'm sure she hears me just like either in the shower going making weird noises, or suddenly I'm talking in a different accent as I prepare for a certain NPC for the coming
I
session.
talk in our
And I'm like,
voices.
what's happening?
around the house. I will literally be like, good afternoon, how are you?
The amount that I had practiced the Hondo voice, like in the couple of days before that session, was a lot. I just mean,
Yeah, it's a thing.
yeah,
DM problems.
yeah, it does become a big part of your life.
It becomes it's literally my job at this point, so I think about it basically all day, every day. Different games, mostly this one, but like not in anyone else or any other games, but I guess, it's been the longest running game as well, so yeah. Oh, I just got one in the chat. Yeah. Eye of Hoth. Is that a Star Wars reference?
Tough.
Do your gods consort secretly with the mortals? Could the party have unknowingly met an avatar already? That is an excellent question.
Oh God, traveller.
So, there actually, there are two answers because they're two separate questions. First of all, the first one, absolutely yes. So there's a character in our campaign who is a cleric, a grave cleric, who, from I think it was the third session, he had his first secret chat with me, where he had a conversation with his god, and every so often that happens, where we'd have a private conversation, and there are other players that have encountered similar situations with gods or not, where they have basically it's like I do it through dream sequences mostly because it's just a clean way of doing it, but recently I think I can't remember if Mitch, you were in the game or not, if this was before you officially joined, but where Alistair talked to his god in the temple, like outside of a dream state.
I think that was before.
And that was like the moment where it translated from dream to reality. But yeah, there are other people that have had that situation. To answer the second part, could they have unknowingly met an avatar already? They very well might have.
Oh man.
There are unexplained encounters in the world, and
Do you
I'm
reckon
wondering
it's
if
the guy
any of them.
from Ravenwood Marketplace?
There was a question about him on I think. It was
Yeah. Does anybody
Yeah.
find him really sus? So he's at the forefront of my mind. Because that's weird. Somebody just
What was
comes
the
along
deal
and
with him?
drops something, and then just was like,
Yeah, and then just
never
out.
existed. Woo.
The other one is the giant eagle, the Gaiaxor,
Yeah.
of course.
Isifa.
Sifa.
Or maybe it's Darien. Darien was an avatar.
Darien is the avatar of the god of wine, and
He's the Dionysus of this world.
Hell yeah.
what was it? What was his
Darien.
quote? What was his quote about love or something? It's in our chat.
Don't.
Oh, there are many women.
I love his interaction with Gaia, where he goes, "Oh,
That's a big bird.
That's a big bird.
I'm
And
sad
then
that I missed
Gaia
Darien.
gets ruffled, and he's like, "Oh, I think he likes me."
I mean, you haven't left there yet.
Is he around?
Technically.
Did he, babe?
I mean, he arrived with you guys. I retconned that he was on the ship because I just love Darien. He's. I think there was a question about NPCs, so
There is.
actually, I'm gonna
Favourite
ask
NPCs.
that question. Who is your favorite NPC? Sorry if that was someone else's question. And mine, I think, might be Darien. I love to play him.
As a viewer,
Like-
I was going to say Darien from my time watching, but from playing, obviously, like my dad, innit? It's got to be. Zuko's daddy.
I'm trying to think.
Darien definitely for the laughs and just like how
Yeah.
absurd he is.
Yeah, it was great.
Man, where was it? I remember him saying something, and I'm really trying to find it now. Oh
There's,
man,
He did have
In
that
terms
moment
of,
where he
like-
said something really deep and meaningful, and we were all like,
Yeah.
he did. Oh, this was it. This was it. I've had my fair share of women, and you can't put a price on love. Apparently, that was the quote that you took away from him.
Just,
I've had my fair share of women.
yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, Darien, you
amazing.
dirty dog.
Darien.
Dirty
Darien
dog.
Longbottom.
Dirty dog.
Oh,
I
man.
just love that canonically he's called Darien Dipshit because he will sail through Drakentoft and just not care. Like, in literally the most dangerous waters that he could sail through, and he's just like, if
It's
I
like Darien
die,
Dipshit.
by the sounds of things, it sounds like they just let him now because they're like, oh, it's that idiot
Yeah.
again. Just let him.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
he's
that
not
fucking
doing
Darien
it.
Dipshit.
yeah. It's like a
What about
legend.
you? What about the rest of you? Who's your favourite NPC?
I actually, this is gonna be a little bit controversial, but I actually like Sindri.
Oh, that is controversial.
I thought you might.
I-
You should say that.
I like Sindri because I hate him.
Yeah. I find Sindri very interesting, and I feel like because he's so mysterious, he is very like uppity and very like, you know, I'm better than everybody. Like, I feel like his character is very interesting.
he definitely has a presence as well. Good presence.
Yeah, for sure.
You can definitely feel it.
Yeah, he has an aura about him where you know that he's powerful and he's not somebody that you mess with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I really like Toby as well.
And who?
Toby.
The Ravenwoods,
yeah.
everybody in Ravenwood, I think that the festival at Ravenwood was amazing. That was basically a beach episode,
Fucking
wasn't it?
hell.
We were at a fair
Yeah.
in fancy dress, doing games and just silly little balance beam and archery contests. Like, it's great.
And then
fun.
me acting out an entire play at the
Yeah.
end.
That's great for lore, though, because understanding the context of the restless coast.
A lot.
It was one nation, but now it's broken up, and
Yeah, so there was. I'm glad you picked up on that because there was purpose for me doing that particular storyline as the play. I wasn't just doing it to like show off that I could do different voices all in the same between each other.
show your range.
Not that it was particularly good, but the idea was to be able to show you that storyline, I guess.
It's good
a
because
bit of
I
context.
feel like
A play within a play.
the
Very Shakespearean.
the characters
Sorry.
who live in the Restless Coast didn't actually know that. Like, it's not something that is commonly taught, at least for Alastream, because the Drakenhoft Isles are within themselves, beyond their own history, don't explore it. So it was very interesting to have that kind of context.
Yes.
Yes, having educated conversations about law.
Shall I roll another dice?
Roll the dice!
Go for it.
Show.
Dice.
You know what? My favourite NPC is
The bone
letterbox.
dice.
That's my favourite NPC.
The letterbox!
Oh my god, do not fucking critical role have it at doors
dumb.
and chairs.
We are
You guys are
so
fucking
dumb.
letterboxes. That was amazing. When you
Well, we need to put our
Shouting
weapons
in
in
the
it.
we were just shouting in the letterbox like, "Hello, Sindri!"
Someone lost their weapon in there. I think.
Aria put her weapon in there. She was like, "Oh well."
It was. I don't know if
you.
you caught that, Mitch, but it was when they went to see Sindri at his tower. He had effectively had a letterbox, which was a pocket dimension.
We got really good about it.
It was like an
We've
automated
never
message.
seen it.
And we was like, what is this? And then someone was like, oh, we've got to put our weapons in it. We've got to
I
disarm
thought maybe it
ourselves.
was like an intercom or something that he'd like a magical intercom where you have to press the button to be able to get through the gate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was an event. So I got 3. So Mitch, it is you.
Ooh. Okay.
I should have had one prepared.
I got one for Alistrine here. It's a long question. Alistrine obviously has a grudge to deal with at home. Is she scared of returning? What's stopping her just going? And how do you think that she'll react when she gets there?
Okay, that's a big question.
That's a loaded
It's
question.
a loaded question. So, yeah, big grudge. Killed her dad, so understandably. I think that part of her is her entire motivation is her father, really. So she's scared of returning for herself, but the idea of vengeance, I think, has really motivated her from this point. So any fear that she might have, especially from the way that, I mean, it's known to people now, the relationship that she had with her mother is that any sign of weakness is punished immediately. So she feels that fear, but she doesn't allow herself to feel it. So it's there, but she won't admit it, even to herself. The things that stopped her from going beforehand, I think, is just the fact that she was completely unprepared for it to happen. It's now known that it's been about a year since the incident happened. So, realistically speaking, I think she was a 18-year-old girl who had had her entire life just blown to pieces and was trying to figure out what to do from there. And obviously, you know, vengeance was always on the cards, but she had no original plan. And then meeting Farrah Carter, I think there was part of her that thought maybe these people could help me. She found the sparks of companionship, but because that's always been given the narrative of weakness to her, she was hesitant to it. And how do you think she'll react when getting home? That's one of the things where I have thought about this constantly. I know how I'm gonna roleplay it, but she doesn't know how she's gonna feel. But for me, like, I know exactly what's gonna happen. I know exactly how I'm gonna roleplay it. But yeah.
And I can't wait to throw you off.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, I feel like Ewan is actually gonna throw me off though, and and I, to be honest, I welcome it because it's fun, and you know, being kept on my toes is fun. But this new arrival with Jennifer and her saying things have changed, that kind of made me go,
Oh yeah.
okay, okay. So maybe even further expectations are going to be shattered. But yeah, yeah, it's going to be fun though. I'm excited.
I'm so excited for it.
Scary, but okay, cool. I'll ask a question next. I'm gonna ask
Okay, go right ahead.
the DM.
Oh god.
Is your world sandbox? I know they have a quest, but I noticed they also decided to change direction last week.
Okay. It's like a mixture of... It's a mixture of a little bit of both. So... I think the best way to describe it is that I will never push you to do... You have to go and do this. And like I've been very open with from the beginning, is that the game has, right from the beginning, been... a reaction to your decisions and where you go. So in that regard, yes, it's a sandbox. In that you could go anywhere you want, do whatever you want. You could disregard the quest and go off and be pirates, as we mentioned earlier in the stream. And the story will follow that, because the story follows you and your decisions, not that plot. Which I think is a little bit different. For example, if you were playing a set module, it might be the case that if your characters decide to go off and do something else, the story demands that you roll up new characters. Those characters go and do their own quest, but the plot is this module, and you roll up new characters that join the module. But obviously that's not really how I roll with it. So yes, it's sandbox that the world is open to you. It's open world, shall we say, and I create as you explore. But there are plot elements that come around. But again, they come from what you have done and where you are going. So yes and no is the complicated answer. Bits of both sandbox and adventure, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's a question actually in the chat that leads on from that. Are there any paths not taken by the party you believe would have brought interesting, not necessarily bad results?
Okay. So, the first thing that comes to mind is when you came back from the Abyss, you had your quest in Sil City where you decided we're going to go and unite the kingdoms to help Foyfor, right? At that point, you didn't know anything about the Mind Flayers. As you left, you came to what I think is the true decision that changed the campaign, which is when you got to the Witchwoods, you made a deal with the sisters, and you decided to take the Underdark to journey towards Ravenwood, not go overland. And that decision has brought you in. Maybe that story would have still happened. Who's to say? But it certainly made you aware of the situation in the Underdark. I think the decision, or the path, to quote the question, that you didn't take was if you went overland. I think it would be a very, very different story, because you wouldn't know anything about the Illithid stuff, and maybe what you're going through currently might have happened sooner and in a different way, because I think you probably would have ended up going to Deep Bay first.
It's interesting because the way that we've spun it to the two rulers that we've met so far is that there's this big threat. We need to unite because nobody's going to be able to deal with this individually, so we have to put a united front on. I think it'd be much more of a difficult job to try and convince people that 44 needs their help, because at that point it's altruism rather than self-serving. People are only interested in the Illithid because they're protecting their own. Yeah.
I like that question. That was a great question. Thank you for that.
Sure. Okay.
I have a question for a little one for Zuko. I assume this is in relation to Zuko and what you've kind of chosen for him. But as a full-blown warlock, what is your favourite invocation?
Oh man, there's so many.
How many do you have now? 5, right? You're at 12, so 5.
I have 5.
No, you're not 12, are you? You're what? What level? 10. That's it.
Well, level 10, but I do have 5. With Zuko, I just wanted to use everything new for Tasha's. So I chose the genie, and then I went Pact of the Talisman. So with that, I have 2 invocations that are directly related. Protection of the Talisman and another one. But basically they give me a bless, which I can give people. And the other one is for saving throws and something else. So it gives you a D4 to kind
of like a guidance in a way.
It is like guidance, but it's only if you fail, I read. So if you fail a check, you can then choose to use a D4 to bump it up. So it's I like those. They're not like my favourite of all time. I mean, Agonizing Blast is one that I always pick because it's just nice to be able to add your charisma to your cantrip. Because cantrips can be underwhelming, and as a warlock, like you're going to be using that a lot unless you're a Hexblade. Yeah, exactly. If you're a Hexblade, you might not. But I like to play caster warlocks. I think warlocks. I actually want to ask that question next, but warlocks aren't my favourite class, and I haven't been able to play one for a long time, so that's cool. What's your guys' favourite classes? It's a good question. It's a close one for me between warlocks and wizards. I love casters, but for warlocks, I love all the potential it gives a DM to just really fuck with you, especially if you pick like a really evil patron, and you're not necessarily an evil character, and you've just got tied up with that. I love that kind of like dynamic.
I would love to do one where I've seen this and I think it's so funny. The idea that the character is just like a spoiled child, and their patron is like their dad, who is just like incredibly like rich, and it's just like, yes.
Are you throwing shade right
Are you
now?
coming for anyone?
I mean, like, those like girls who was like, yeah, well, my dad just like, he wanted me to like experience the outside world, so I'm here now.
Okay, I took that but made it a dude.
Yeah. So basically, Zuko, but a valley girl.
Oh man.
I see another one in chat, but let's finish up this.
Yeah,
this for everyone.
Classes, let's hear.
I think Druid might be my favourite.
Ooh, really?
Druid. Why?
Yeah.
Why Druid?
I've created now 2 characters that are druid, and I think that in terms of what you can do with them character-wise, they are very versatile. You can give them lots of different vibes that just really match up with the character very well. And I like the kind of like witchy vibes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you really can create them in a different way every time.
Yeah. I thought it would be rogues because that is very much, up my street and about, if I play an RPG normally, I do tend to go down the sneaky route rather than the hit things until it works route. But actually, I've found that druids are just very, very interesting characters, and that you can play around with them.
I go next, Sam?
Yeah, I don't know what my favorite class is, to be honest. I think I've still got to try a lot of them. I know I do like warlocks. I think they're very interesting. There's a lot you can do with them. I've been thinking a lot about druids recently because of Gaiac. His magic is druidic. And I do really enjoy playing a blood hunter. I think the idea of like it being this really old magic that, like, as a player I don't know much about it. Also, Deucalion is a little bit clueless about it as well, to be completely honest. But also,
Zuko's
it's
first best friend.
Oh, never forget.
And now he doesn't know who you are.
No. We'll always have that gem, Zuko. We'll always have it. But I think, it's different to a lot of other classes in the way that you just constantly are like using your own like life source, your blood and to cast and do anything, and I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting dynamic within that class.
I think for me, it's a difficult decision because it's very mood dependent. And I can't pick between 2. And the 2 are monk and wizard.
Yeah.
Wizard is just, let me have that thick spell list. I want it all.
I just cast
and the ability
everything
to just
under the
learn
sun.
more. Yeah. And some of their subclasses are super awesome. And just wizards are cool. I just love wizards. They're so much fun. I think I have like 2 or 3 wizard characters that currently are being played. Not regularly, obviously. One of them is the turtle one in Jack's game.
That's awesome.
But it's just that's a lot of fun. The other one, monk, is I think monk are one of those really underrated classes because Stunning Strike is just easily one of the most powerful abilities in the game. The ability to just straight out stun someone, not through an action, but like just through an attack.
Yeah.
So for a monk, you have like multiple opportunities to actually stun someone every round, and just awesome. And I always brag about it, but survived monk evasion, survived a 9th level fireball from a lich, and defeated the lich by using all its legendary resistances in 1 round through my stunning strike. Awesome.
That is
awesome. And that is why monk are really underrated, and I love them for it. They're just fun, cool monk shit as well. Okay, cool monk shit. Anyway, I really like this question in the chat. Which of your player characters make for the best villain for the rest of the party to face off against?
I actually think it could be Kensei.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to go down the really obvious route of Alistair.
Yeah.
But Kensei would be awesome because he not only is he just incredibly powerful, but he has Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
And that will make it hard for casters. If he gets up close and personal,
good luck.
Yeah, don't expect to be getting out of that.
I just
There's
think
almost too
he's
much mystery around him.
yeah,
as well.
that's it. It's the mystery, right? He could be a horrible person. He can't tell us.
I've just had a question idea. So, this is assuming that that our characters don't already have something hidden up their sleeves, but at the moment we're all on the good side, I guess, in our minds. What would the evil version of your character look like?
Ooh. I think evil Zuko would be a fire genasi, and he'd be the son of like a general, or like the leader of like a nation of fire genies. And then
It would just be in that.
No. An evil Zuko.
The elemental planes used to live in harmony.
I actually think that an evil Zuko would just be a more mischievous, like, he wouldn't be like this grand evil threat. It would be like I'm just gonna fuck with everyone's day and be a right little dickhead, like in a malicious way, like horrible pranks and things.
The way that I think of it is that, the Onceler from the Lorax, the guy who basically is like the idea of capitalism. He chops down all the trees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he sings that song. And he's like very extravagant about making money, blah blah blah. I feel like Zuko would either be that, or he'd be a very impish villain. And they're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What would Gaiac be like?
I
as a
feel
villain?
like
being like anything less than
I feel
wholesome.
because my first idea went to what me and Mitchell were talking about once about like imagine like an owl Aarakocra. But I think that evil Gaiac would actually be exactly as Gaiac is now, except he would have actually been the one that destroyed his entire clan and is actually in hiding from them.
Just keeping it really close to his chest.
Doesn't say anything to anyone about it, and is just very like cunning and maniacal, and has that persona so that people are like want to look after him. When actually he's, an evil son of a bitch. That would be evil Gaiac.
So you could be evil Gaiac right now.
I mean, I could be evil Gaiac. You wouldn't know.
Oh no!
My fish tank has just turned itself off, so I will be back momentarily. But keep the questions going. Okay.
I wanna talk about Evil Alistrine. That's a tough one because I feel like Evil Alistrine, she's morally ambiguous anyway. But I feel like if she was to truly be evil deep down and have malicious intentions, she would be pretty much the same as she is now, but she would follow through on what she threatened. Right. Now she throws things around because she knows it's never going to happen, and she acts all high and mighty because she doesn't want anybody to think she's weak. If she was genuinely malicious, I feel like she would have actual intent to hurt and would be very calculating and deliberately say things to manipulate people. I feel like she'd be a lot more like her mother. As in, she'll say anything to get a rise out of somebody in order to get what she wants.
Yeah.
Like, if she says something like, "How dare you, look at me, I'm the ruler of blah, 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 blah," she would just cut someone down if she was genuinely malicious. Now, when she says it, it's because she's spoiled and she's, she needs a reality check.
I guess a little bit more like cunning than emotional and
yeah, more calculated.
What about Storm? I think he could be
Storm
a really scary villain.
I feel like Storm, in order for him to be evil, would have to lose his mind a little bit. I feel like he would go a little bit insane,
like a Joker. Like, I'm going to just make the world burn.
Yes, yeah. I feel like, because the way that his element of lightning and everything, I feel like he'd be a lot more erratic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. God, that would be scary. The ability to just fireball us.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wizards.
Wizards are great.
Arya would be very, very interesting villain. I feel like she'd be the kind of villain who makes you trust them. and then
I
stabs
feel
you
like
in the back.
she might have a little bit of a Camilla vibe,
Mm.
but more sort of like, I don't know, like in a big castle or something. Like, oh, look at me, I'm so amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know, like.
it's interesting. Kensei is a villain.
And so just
Kensei's top pick, I think.
100%. Okay, I have a question.
Do it.
Something just unplugged. I hope you can still hear me.
We're here.
Perfect. So, my question is, when you came back from the Abyss and realised around 3 months had just passed, what were your character's first thoughts?
Oh shit.
Nice and easy.
Moving on.
I don't think it made much difference to Alistrine. There wasn't anything particularly pressing on her plate, and any more time that she can, postpone the inevitable. I think.
Yeah, that's almost a positive for her, right? Because it's a clean break in her trail. You cannot be tracked.
Mhm.
You are in another dimension, another realm of existence for 3 months. No one can follow you now, unless.
Unless.
Unless you go to one of the most popular trading cities and contact one of your friends from the country you're escaping from, of course. Moving swiftly on.
What? There's another one in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Okay, I feel like this might be a little bit more lean towards me for the world knowledge on it. But the question is, how famous / infamous is the party becoming your world? If a random commoner were asked about them, how outlandishly would they describe the party? That's an interesting one. I think they are at most infamous. I think if you were to go to a village and ask them about the party, they would have no idea who that you're talking about. If you went to some of the locations that they'd been at, they probably wouldn't know the name. The party go by the name Ferricata, which I think originated from the Latin of wild card.
Oh, is that what that is? I meant.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. Like, I think it's because it's feral, and then carta is card, because apparently there's no word for paper in Latin.
Right.
So it's Ferricata, wild card.
That's a really good name.
Oh no. Oh, actually, I don't actually know. That doesn't make sense because card is the right word. Anyway,
It's
doesn't
Italian
matter.
roots. It's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the name. That's the reason for the name. Anyway, at the cities they probably wouldn't know the name, but if you were to describe some of the party members, it would really depend on where you were asking from, because some of them might be. If you go to Ravenwood, oh my god, yes, they saved the town. You go to Deep Bay, those motherfuckers stole from a jewelry shop. So it really, really depends. Wildcard is the right word for their group. That is, I think that's the short answer. But I'm interested how each of your... I love that question because it does lead on to how do your characters think... How do your characters think the world perceives Ferricata?
I don't think I've really thought about it.
Neither have I.
It's not something where, we set out to make ourselves known. If anything, we are avoiding or trying to avoid unwanted attention.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
suppose
something
then...
that Zuko has considered.
Yeah, I suppose, like, if your characters sit down and go, I wonder what people say about our group, what do you think would come to their mind? I'm asking you to self-evaluate.
I think what would come to Gayak's mind, I mean, especially like just where he is at the moment, who he is, he'd definitely think of like all of the terrible impressions that they've left. Like that one city where at one point he was like trying to escape and they were shooting ballistas at him because someone cast something on the pier or in the docks or something.
Yeah,
And-
I think that was, what was her name? No.
Burlier.
Burlier.
Early
There we
day. Yeah.
go. Yeah. Good times.
But yeah, I'd think about that and be like, oh my god. Like,
Yeah.
we've really screwed up in some places.
Yeah, we have.
But I also think that he wouldn't think that people would really know them that well, because I guess, like Maya said, they've never set out to really spread their name or their legacy or anything.
I think Alastrine would be like, she'd be of the opinion, why should we care anyway? Because we're not going out of our way to make ourselves look good. We are a party that is set on saving people who, at face value, hate us. So why would we care what they think?
Interesting.
There's a question in the chat. Are you the baddies?
Are we the bad guys?
Yeah, that
Maybe
is a good
to some
question.
people. Maybe to some people. And that's something that I've actually thought about a lot, is that obviously this is up to Ewan with what he does with this, but I've thought about the fact that there was that the revolution in the Drakenhoft Isles was Alastrine's father as good as she thought he was.
Did you just
And-
idolize him?
Yeah, and you know that could be the same with all of us. You know, are the people who we side with, we know that they have their flaws and we have their downsides, but are they really the good guys, or is it just one of those things where we've had to pick a side and there is no good or evil? You know, it's a subjective question.
Yes, very subjective. Guess you'll have to find out.
Whenever I think about it, there's this a scene that comes to my mind where, and obviously I have no idea what Ewan's going to do, but there is an idea that comes to mind that there will be a point where somebody who is very powerful exposes us, and they say, look at all these horrible things that you have done. Can you really call yourselves the heroes of this story? And I feel like that's going to be a moment where we
Look at that
step back.
smile.
Yeah.
Feeding him.
I you know when you like think about
You're
the campaign.
assuming I have not already considered
Yeah, but
that
that's the thing.
eventuality.
That's the thing. It's that like that's one of the moments where we, as characters, will be incredibly exposed, because our whole justification has been, we're doing this for other people. We're doing this for other people. But if somebody was to come along and say, are you really doing this for other people, or have you got your own selfish motivations really deep down? I feel like that is going to be an interesting thing for all of us to experience. But it might not happen, so...
Oh dear.
Nice.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
What's with them, by the way? And he just leaves. Zuko out.
Oh wow.
Oh, that is a great question.
You got a great question?
Have you seen in the
Oh
chat?
god. Eye of Hoth is out here with the
Yeah.
fucking great questions.
Mhm.
Amazing. Who wants to read that
Ooh.
question then?
I can read it because I don't think I'll have much to add to this one. So merger is a bit trivial in D&D. So I have a question for the party. Are there any NPC deaths that you regret, from bandits to big bad evils, or villains that you think could have been redeemed with a bit of effort? That touches on a nerve, I think, for something that obviously happened recently.
Yeah, very, very recently.
First thing that comes to my mind is the vampire.
Yeah, 100.
But
That split the group really down the middle.
Yeah, I genuinely thought there could be like major in-party conflict there. I was
What?
preparing myself for a genuine PvP because I thought it could happen. And you know where I stand on PvP, but that would have been a story moment where it would have been acceptable. That would have been something that could genuinely have happened.
Yeah, that would have massively changed the game as well.
Yeah.
Massively.
I
Now
think
you throw one side quest in and
So what was the core of that issue? Half the party felt that
So
it wasn't even half and half.
It wasn't.
It wasn't even half and
it
half.
was Alistrine who was very against saving the vampire, and there's the reason for that was just because she felt that they didn't owe them any loyalty, and if it had been my decision, like if I was in Alistrine's place, I probably would have just shut up. But I thought she does care about the party, and she goes about it in a very roundabout way, but what she was saying was that I care about you guys too much to potentially lose one of you, and I don't want to get
a stranger.
Yeah, I don't want to involve innocent parties in it, so the only option there is to just kill the monster, because you know, they're already too far gone. But obviously Aeria said to me that she didn't really care. I'm not sure how Gaiac felt about it, but I know that Kensei, Alistair and Storm, they wanted to save them, and I don't know why they felt very strongly about it. That's for them to disclose, but I feel like they had their own motivations in that of why they wanted to save her so badly.
I think,
and even within that, it was like split as well, right? It wasn't just save the girl or kill the girl. It was kill the monster, don't risk anyone's life. It was then Kensei, who was very firmly, we want to, like, we'll involve the mother because the mother wants to save her daughter and she deserves that opportunity. And then the other side being, well, we don't want to sacrifice. We know that she could die. We can't willingly give the opportunity for an innocent to die when normally they wouldn't have, had she not been aware of the situation. And then there was a side of Storm and Gaiac that was, we will happily die and then be revived.
yeah,
Which obviously in our game runs a risk of not being brought back. We use the critical role rules for that.
The reason Guy put himself forward for that, like, I mean, I kind of explained it, but one thing was I've done this before. I've died and been brought back. I can do it again, which mechanically is the complete opposite, because it gets harder. But
yeah, so he's less likely to be.
But
brought
that would
back
be
to
that's
anyone else.
metagaming then, isn't it? That's know that, but Gaiac doesn't know that.
And he also, like, he has this thing where he knows that, you know, the risk is still with us, so death isn't the end. And also, like, he can, I don't know, maybe he could see the risk again, or I don't know. And there was like all these things going on, and also the idea of he would do that. There's not much he wouldn't do to be able to see, like, his family again and his parents. So it was like this mother has the opportunity to hold her daughter again, and who am I to say that she has to give up her own life for that when it won't even work? So I'm the safer option to bring them back together.
There were so many layers, and that's what I tried to build into that encounter, was the layers to it.
Yeah, that was
and
a
the
very
layer actions.
difficult decision. I don't feel like any outcome of that, because now obviously, you know, hindsight is great, but we know now that with the role that it was, the character who was, you know, doing that blood transfusion, whoever it was, would have died. So whatever the outcome was, whether we killed the girl, whether the mother died, or whether one of us died, none of those situations are nice situations to be in.
Something that I thought about recently as well is, obviously, if the transfusion is successful, you then have to kill the person who's had the blood put in them. What would that situation be like? Would they just stand up and would have to, like, have a combat, or would it be a simple sort of thing because they're like a little dazed or out of it, or in some way?
The impression that I got was that they are they're going through the process of changing into a vampire. They have that the blood, you know, coming through them and altering them, and it would be in that point that we took advantage of them going through the transformation and kill them. That's what I thought would happen, but
So,
maybe that's not the case.
Vampire Birdman and Vampire Catman. That could have been interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool. Vampirism in the group. It's a big spanner in the works, though, because you become, like, evil.
Yeah.
You don't get a choice.
Well, it would have been more difficult because there's a difference between being a vampire that has been a vampire for some time and then being a
thrall
spawn,
or
which
whatever,
is
right?
incredibly violent.
Yeah.
So the chances are
That character,
that character is effectively dead.
they become
Yeah.
more like an NPC.
Yeah,
villain.
I mean, that's how it would have been. I mean, I would have let them play it in the moment of It would have been beautiful because I would have made whoever was turned into the vampire fight the party.
Yeah.
I
with the
just
full intention
realised
of killing them.
something that maybe you and had this stacked up or not, but there was a moment when Gaiac offered to take her place where Alastrine genuinely thought about offering instead. The reason why she didn't is because she's obviously got the end goal in mind of, Dragonloft Isles. But for a moment, she genuinely thought about putting herself in that situation of actually, maybe for the first time in her life, doing something selfless. And I just had a thought just then that how would the little brain worm have reacted to becoming a vampire?
Imagine if that was
That
how we
could have
found
been
out.
that could have been a dangerous situation.
It might have just exploded out
just
there and
want
then.
to say, there are vampiric mind flayers
Oh, there are,
in
yeah.
Ravenloft.
There are. Holy
Just saying.
shit.
Just slide in that there.
Well, yeah, that would have been unpleasant.
But I think what you've also got to remember is what you have been told is that the tadpole is dormant. So it's
Yeah.
not like wriggling around in your brain ready to kill you. It is.
It's
You
asleep.
have been told that it is. Yeah, it's
Just having a nap.
for all intents and purposes. Yeah, and it's kind of like leeching its psionic
Yeah.
ability, like keeping it conscious enough that you gain an ability from it, but not enough that it is consciously trying to turn you into a mind flayer, which it might do.
It's just one of those things where since Belinda said that it takes a certain amount of stress to the host for that to happen. In my mind now, I'm thinking, well, what's the breaking point? At what point does it become too much?
If we
Because
get
she's gone through training and she's put mental stress on her. She's gone through physical stress. Like, what's the boundary between that and...
I'm not telling you. I ain't telling you shit.
Oh man, yeah.
It's so scary.
If you survive to the end of the campaign and nothing becomes of it, I'll tell you then.
Oh,
And that's a long way away,
Yeah.
so keep that question in mind.
Okay, cool.
I'll tell you then. You heard it here first, folks.
We have to have one of these at the end of the campaign where we just
Oh,
sit
we
back
will.
and
Yeah.
go,
I am
"Well."
gonna have a full thing where we can ask each other everything, like about backstories, anything that wasn't
Yeah.
revealed, and literally you will be able to ask me very specific details about plot points. So what would have happened if we hadn't done that and we'd gone there? I'll openly tell you.
I actually have a question that is about that, but I've been saving it because I think it's a good one to end on. But I can ask it now if you want.
Go ahead. If you think it's good.
It's we did briefly touch on it, but we didn't actually address it. And you said the end of the campaign is potentially a long way away. And the question is, what level do you think that we'll actually get to by the end of this campaign? Are we going all the way to 20? Or what do you guys think is going to happen? Do we think, well, it's mainly towards you, Ewan, but it does say that we could open it up to everyone.
Is that where it says I'm opening this up to everyone?
Yeah.
I think that might have been me, because I think I looked at it and thought that might be for me, but I want to open it up to see what other people think.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be the last one to answer that then.
Okay.
I want to know what you think. I mean, it's a bit more difficult for you because you've only really joined recently.
But
So your journey is only just beginning.
for Zuko, for sure. But as Mitch, seeing the way that the other characters are talking about this Mind Flayer threat, and it's very much something we're tackling. I mean, I could see this Mind Flayer thing being like the climax of everything. As an outside view, I don't know how much is left that has been untouched for certain characters that wants to be addressed.
but I could see the mind flare thing being the climax of it all and go into like what level are we now? 10. So I could see us go in another 5 or 6
that
levels.
ice cream truck is really off-putting. The creepy music in the background. Maybe.
I could see it going another 5 or 6 levels, and then we've addressed the mind flare threat. But also, there's this Drekaloft Isle stuff. There's this Kensei mask. There's lots of things.
I feel like I know Ewan well enough to know that he always has something up his sleeve that we don't know about.
100%.
I feel
That's
like the threat will be something to do with the Illithid, but I have a weird feeling that there is something more to it that we don't know, and we're picking up tiny little bits of clues.
Right.
But we don't know yet
Interesting.
what
I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, I feel like I feel like we might think that we've dealt with the Illithids, or like that will come to a conclusion, or something will happen, and then it'll be like, oh, there's this other thing that you forgot about, by the way, that's now a problem, and that is a problem now, and we'll be like, fuck.
Or it will be something to do with that somebody has been putting the Illithid in that position. Somebody has basically been
someone else.
I guess the mastermind behind
There's
everything.
a bigger bad, a conspiracy.
Yeah.
All I know is for Mitch and Zuko, I need it to go to level 17 for him to fulfill everything.
To give
he
you
wants.
fucking wish. That's why, right? You want wish.
That is his end goal in his personal endeavours. So that's what I'm hoping.
I'm just excited to see what more psionics can do. Like, the higher level they go, they just get more and more interesting, and I'm excited to flavour them, you know what I mean?
I want to learn about everyone's backstories more. To be honest.
Yeah.
I just really want to explore all of that shit.
Yeah.
And there's stuff about Gaig that I don't know, and if
There's a lot of mystery.
will that come up, and I want to find out about that. And
As a group, who do you guys know the most about in game?
Risk.
Would it be Risk, the guy who's dead?
Yeah, and you knew that from session 3 or 2 actually, because he just turned around and basically fed you his backstory in the session 2.
Oh man,
I
he was
feel
an
like-
open book.
Now,
He was so open.
now in the campaign, the party members who are, still around, out of everybody, I feel like it's probably Aeria.
I was gonna say, 'cause you've been to her home, right? And you've met.
Yeah, we've uncovered a lot of her backstory, and I feel like there's still more to explore with the demon and things like that we haven't really
Mayfly.
touched on. But yeah, I feel like out of everybody, we probably know the most about Aeria.
Yeah, I feel like we do also know a lot, even though he is still an enigma and a bit of a mystery, and there's a lot going on there. I feel like we do actually know a lot about Alistair as well.
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say.
we're gonna find out more soon, I assume.
Yeah.
But I think Aeria maybe is the one that we know the most about, because we have explored quite a bit of her backstory by going to Ravenwood. And it's just about now seeing maybe what happens with Mayfly, or like you say, Demon Daddy, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Demon
Is
Daddy.
Mayfly? What's Mayfly? Is that the name of her patron? Or...
He is her real dad,
Oh, okay.
we think.
Aeria
was
adopted-
He was the leader of the Thieves Guild
Yes.
in the city that they met, within, I think it was episode 6 or something like that.
Wow. Okay.
They met him, and she only found out in 40, I think. That's when you were at Ravenwood.
Oh, she didn't know that was her dad.
She did not know.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And I just want to say, that plot thread was there before the reveal in Critical Role. Just throwing that out there, because I don't think I've ever
The
said it on
gentleman thing.
stream. Yeah, but the thing with the gentleman, and as soon as he confirmed it, because there was jokes about it. As soon as he confirmed it, I just put my head in my hands and I thought, if anyone ever, if this stream ever became marginally successful, the amount of people that are going to be like, you took that from Critical Role.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to get that inevitably, though, because...
Yeah, you are.
With
I mean,
fandoms.
we already have.
Seriously?
There was some, we got some stuff way back in the day about the game. Yeah, there
Really?
Whew, yeah, there was a big chunky comment on one of the YouTube videos. This is before we were streaming.
Oh wow.
But, yeah.
Oh, was this
look,
guy who
took it in my stride.
Yeah, I remember.
And to be honest, as much as I personally think it could have been worded a little bit better, bit more constructive, some of it did help improve the stream, and I did take some of it and went, all right, fair enough. The sad part is the comment was on one where I was so hungover. I was the worst I've ever been on a game, and that was the one this guy watched, and he was like, the DM just seems like he's taking it all so seriously. And it was because I was sat there like, my head is killing me. I should not have run this game today.
Man, it's just, that's the thing, I think, like, without wanting to get too real, people on the internet are so fucking quick to, like, bandwagon and jump on people, but they have no idea.
I know.
Well, the thing is that
no
the bit that annoyed me about that comment is he basically said, like, no wonder the players aren't interested in the game. And I was like, you don't know us. We love
like,
this game.
This game means so much to all of us. Like,
yeah, that sounds just like a little hater, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, some of his comments were constructive. Like, for example, where he was like, why are you all like so small in the corner? And I hadn't really considered that, and that is why we have better overlays now, because I never put much time into it, because we'd only really just got online, and I was literally doing a master's at the time. Let's put that out there. So I did not have a lot of time to dedicate to making overlays and stuff. That wasn't a flex, by the way. That was an excuse.
But it's cool that.
But now, like, I put that in there because it actually, and the stream's better for it.
It's cool that you were able to take a positive out of something that is quite negative.
It was hard. I won't lie. Like, it really did strike me because, you know, when you put stuff on YouTube and you don't have a lot of people watching it, the people that comment are the people that hate on it, right? So that was really the only comment we would get, and then we put it up somewhere. I think Elle put it on a chat somewhere in a Facebook group, and then we had people coming in being like
a bit nicer,
like nice, and critiquing with the critique, which, you know, I never endorse arguing with people, as much as, you know, I may or may not do it online. Never endorsed that shit personally. I appreciated the sentiment of coming in and you know, having something to say, but yeah, I think if it had been written in a better way and not mean spirited, it would have been better.
It did feel like more like a criticism rather than constructive criticism. But
I agree.
We did take something from it, so
yeah,
that's cool. I suppose any feedback is still feedback.
Yeah.
I think we have a few more
light-hearted
questions.
queue.
Yeah. Sam, do you want to read this one out if you can see it? I don't know if you're on the...
I am. While travelling and during downtime, who would you say is the most responsible party members? The team's mum or dad?
Well, we've talked about Dad quite a lot.
We've talked about Daddy.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really experienced it, but you guys seem to go to Kensei for that vibe.
I don't think you've watched a lot where they've been at Campfire. Like, a lot of what you've seen was Cities. When they got to Ravenwood, then there was a very short journey, which I kind of pushed quite quickly to get you to Porta Minor.
I don't even think I saw the Ravenwood stuff. I saw it when they was
you wouldn't.
It was at the Druid Circle. They fought Manticore, and then they got horses, and they went to Porta Minor. And I watched that arc.
Ship, and then Deep Bay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you were right. You wouldn't have really got a lot.
Which helps me as Zuko, because I don't know. I can't meta, because I literally don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't really have much to say on that.
I feel like a lot of our characters are very independent, and if we do accept help or vibes of care and affection. It's when we desperately need it and we have no other option.
Yeah,
our party
is
everyone's
very...
like, don't help me, I'm fine on my own.
Yeah,
Like,
our party has always been very secretive and like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you
I can't.
anything.
I can't wait to be like, come on, we all eat together.
everybody
we did have a
sits in
conversation.
silence and eats together. Like,
We did have a conversation like that one time where it was like, we need to start opening up more. Let's all say one thing that the others don't know about
And then
us. And that
did it get
brought out
derailed?
some good stuff. But it just never happened again since.
yeah. Well, the thing.
Was this you making the dinner?
No,
No,
did I
it was
come
that
in?
conversation where Arya basically had a word with us all and was like, if we are going to be together all the time, we need to be honest with each other. So let's say something that we don't know about each other.
Uh-huh.
And everybody really sheepishly said some really random fact that didn't really give us any insight into them as a person. So we are definitely a group that likes to hide things.
Yeah, and I love that. I mean, when I asked you to create these characters, my specific requirement was have one secret, and Jay gave it away in the first session.
Love that. So funny.
But
You
it
don't
worked.
care.
It worked for the character, though, to be honest.
Yeah, it did. It really did.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Let's see. Does anyone have any other questions, or shall I roll, perhaps?
Let's see.
Oh,
I'm gonna roll.
I had one.
Oh,
I had one.
well, it was 2 anyway.
There we go. The stars align.
So my question, and this was one of my questions, I don't mind saying, and I'm gonna add a little something to it, but is there anything in the future of the campaign that you are or are not looking forward to? I'd like to hear maybe like one of each, if you can think of something that you are looking forward to and something that you're not.
I
looking
would like to
forward
start this off. One thing that I'm really looking forward to, I mentioned earlier on, is the Paladin stuff. Really looking forward to being able to finally, after basically never giving anything away on Kensei's backstory, be able to explore that element, if it happens. And the one thing I'm not looking forward to, it sounds so cliche, but I'm not looking forward to that last session.
Oh.
Like, literally, I was literally thinking about it yesterday, and I was like tearing up just thinking, I don't think I'm ready to deal with saying goodbye to the characters, especially like after the amount of time that you play them for, and so consistently. I'm not ready for that.
It's just
I
also
don't think I'll ever be ready for it.
this campaign is what brought us
I'm gonna
together.
cry. I'm gonna sob, and I know it.
Right, here's the thing. You know I'm gonna cry, and I hate that I know I'm gonna cry. I know already. I cry after, maybe 10 weeks of playing the campaign and somebody dies that I'm really, not that close to as a character. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very tough.
But I think it's going to be... I mean, I've never had to experience that either. I think none of us have ever experienced a really long-term campaign ending. I don't think... No. Especially one... I mean, I'm in other campaigns, and only one of them has ever been anywhere near as consistent as this. So...
I feel like the stars have aligned for this campaign, that we're
Big
all
time.
very passionate about it and want it to continue for as long as possible.
Oh, man.
I mean, Sorry,
I was
go
going
on.
to say,
Go on,
I
Sam.
honestly, a bit soppy, but we get a bit soppy. I honestly feel so honoured and lucky to be part of this group and this campaign.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
thank you
absolutely.
so much, Ewan, for creating it and for allowing us to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I have you weirdos to make shit happen in it, because otherwise it's just me writing stuff down and talking to myself. So
Yeah.
but on that note, I do kind of have it in mind that obviously, shit in life happens, so I don't know what people's circumstances are going to be afterwards. But my intention is that it's not really if, is it? When this campaign inevitably finds its end, whenever that might be, is that there will be... I intend to have another campaign You know, it's not going to be the end, and I don't know what the circumstances of that will be. It will be completely dependent on what happens at the end of the game. You know, you could destroy the world, or you could save it, or whatever. But my intentions would be that it would be another campaign in the same world at some point in time.
I hope so. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, that it may or may not be the same people. Depends who wishes to continue that onwards. But
Yeah.
try not to think about it.
So I'm guessing that's something that we all collectively aren't looking forward to.
Yeah, that feels pretty right.
Right.
What about things that we are looking forward to? Let's have some positive things.
Oh. Fucking campfire chats. We've been there.
Really? You want to
go
do
to the other side of the room
campfire?
and shout again. Oh gosh, what am I excited for? I'm honestly, the biggest thing for me is that I play a lot of D&D, but only in like Forgotten Realms. So everything I learn is completely new. So I am really excited about just experiencing more of like Val-Aeria and go into locations that I have there's no pre. You know when you finish a game and you're like, oh, I wish I could forget everything about it and play it again. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing the first, like, it's my first. I'm dipping my toes, you know. I'm jumping in the deep end. It's cool.
I think there's actually a question about what. Oh, fuck! Someone has it. I can't remember what it is. It's something like where is somewhere that your character wants to go in the world?
Oh, okay.
Like a location that you might have heard of, or something. It could be as wide or as like minute as possible.
There's somewhere that I think Zuko would want to go. He's not there yet, but I think eventually he would be interested in going back to the elemental plane of air and dealing with things there. But I don't know.
Yeah,
we've not really talked too much about that, but I have more in mind about Zuko's past that I haven't told you about that we should talk about.
We should definitely talk about that. I think I want to obviously sound that question for the others, but I have noticed that there haven't been a lot of interplanar adventures yet. Like if you see other campaigns or other. What it reminds me of is it reminds me a lot of, like, if we're talking like Critical Role, it reminds me of very Mighty Nine, that it's very grounded in the material plane, as opposed to going to these other places where in something like Vox Machina it's very interplanar, it's more fantasy,
dimension hop from like this place, that place,
which I don't think is a bad thing, but
no.
And personally I think it's nice to like choose one or two locations that you really do go and explore rather than pop in between them. But on that vein, I have considered what it would be like to do a campaign which is going between the planes of existence. Would be weird but awesome.
Seems like hell to prep for.
Yeah, to a degree, but I suppose no more hell than you just deciding you want to go and fuck off to the deserts of the Dune lands, or why don't we go all the way to like Chult, which hasn't been renamed, on the other side of the world. Yeah, look, I have placeholder names, okay?
Right.
Sorry, but anyway, Gaiac and Alistair, where do you think that they would want to go?
I mean, regardless of what happens with what does or doesn't happen with Gaiac's clan and all of that kind of stuff, he definitely needs to at some point go back to the hilltop, and then, you know, where he knows or remembers his clan being, to that exact area, and just be there for a bit, I guess, regardless of whether they're still there or not.
Yeah.
That's a difficult question for Alistair because she's becoming more open-minded, but the only place she's ever been interested in is her homeland. And really, they keep themselves to themselves. The only contact they have with the outside world is through raids. But I feel like the more that she's been exposed to the outside world, she's starting to realise that that's not a good way to be. And it's part of the reason why she felt so isolated, and the reason why people hated her mother as well, is because they were so cut off from the rest of the world. So I feel like maybe she doesn't have much of an idea about the rest of the world, but it's going to be something that she explores, I guess.
Some fascinating answers.
There's a good
It's a
one in
couple
chat
questions,
again.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's a good one in chat.
I actually wanted to ask something similar like that earlier.
Well, do you want to read it out?
Sure. In hindsight, is there something you wish you could change about your character? And if so, what would it be? And the question I was specifically going to ask related to that is like, if your character was a different class, which one do you think it would be? So like, obviously, I'm a warlock. If Zuko had to be something else, what would he be? But to start with the chat question, in hindsight, what would you change if you could change stuff? Or if maybe it's nothing, but because they said as well, like you might not have known about a certain class or a certain race or something. Is there a difference you would like to make in your character?
Sometimes I think about funny or interesting Aarakocra ideas. I wouldn't change this about Gaiac. But sometimes I think about funny Aarakocra ideas and I'm like, imagine if I'd thought about it back then, this is what I would have done with Gaiac. Like I thought of a pelican that had a bag of holding in the bottom of his beak.
Oh, that's
Like funny
great.
stuff like that, and he just flicks stuff out when you need it. And
That's
you just
great.
I am
Great.
so making that. That is so canon now.
That is brilliant.
That is
It was an idea
awesome.
that I had, and I was
How
like,
have you
oh,
never
I
told
phoned
me
it.
that idea before? That is great. I love it. Holy shit.
The other one's like a penguin Aarakocra or something like that.
Oh, but they can't fly,
That's
mate.
brilliant.
Oh.
He just slides.
It's a penguin.
They'd
who
have,
wants to
they would have
fly.
us fly. I would give them a swimming speed instead of a flying speed. Is that how I try and
That's
deal
awesome.
with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like-
wouldn't
I like-
necessarily change that about Gaiac at this stage. Like, it's not. It can completely change through years.
Yeah.
Be a
no.
different character.
I think for a while I regretted making Alistrine and Rogue and not a barbarian, but thinking about her character, I think actually that I made the right decision, because she's held back by her mother's side of things, or at least in her mind she's held back by being half elf. She's not as strong as other people, she's more dexterous, she's better at other things, which frustrates her even further. I think that for a bit I thought maybe I should have made her a barbarian, but I think making her a rogue and making her more sneaky is more in line with her character. Yeah.
For a long time. Oh, sorry. You go.
No, go for it, man.
I was just gonna say for a long time I wanted to change Gaiac's voice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't like
like
Gaiac's
Gaiac's voice.
I went
I
I
love Gaiac's
went with
voice.
it, and then I tried a few different things, and then the longest time I wanted to change it, but now it kind of just fits who he is.
Yeah, maybe I should have given Alistrine an accent, but this is my first ever D&D game, and I didn't want to put on an accent in case it was absolutely terrible.
Oh dear.
The thing is, with something like that, it's like the perfect opportunity to practice something, because you have to do it. Like, I won't lie, my German accent has definitely improved since I played a German accented wizard.
Oh, really? That's.
Yeah.
I think you should.
I like German accents. I like wizards. Look, okay. I had a German accented wizard before Liam O'Brien, so I'm going to be suing Critical Role.
Yeah, that's
stealing.
yeah, stealing your idea.
For legal reasons, that was a joke.
We sat on that. That one lingered.
Yeah, I'm writing an email to Critical Role as we speak.
Okay, I think we have time for a couple more questions. Just because I'm aware of what the time is. I didn't think we would go on this late, but I feel like we've been very passionate about the questions and talking about it. We should definitely do more of these more often. It's a lot of fun just to chat about D&D. It's a fix, you know.
We got so many more questions than I thought we would, and it's great.
I know.
It's so good.
I know. I love it. I was so surprised.
And in chat as well, like some really amazing questions, to be honest.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's another great one in chat. I really want to use this one. If your character got a single wish at this point in the game, what would they use it for?
Oh dear.
Right.
That would be telling.
You know already.
I already know
obvious.
exactly. So chat. If you don't know, I play a genie warlock, and genie warlocks get wish. Oh, hang on. Has he been frozen, or is he just reading chat?
No, I'm reading. I'm
I
reading
thought
chat.
the stream might have gone again. I play.
No, I was reading chat.
I play a genie warlock, so I get access to the spell wish later on in the game. But my character has a very specific goal, and I will hopefully get to do that in the campaign. So I'm not going to say that here.
Did you want
Other than that, maybe.
Oh,
Other than the end game goal.
He'd get his 200
What would
gold
it be?
back for buying that perfume.
Worst purchase, worst financial decision you've ever made.
But he'd never let you guys know that he regrets that buy. He's owning that shit. What would Gaiac wish for?
I think bugs, lots of bugs.
Unlimited bug bag.
Unlimited.
Frantically writes notes.
Like you got just find them in the ground.
Like without thinking too deeply about it, like as if it was like an actual thing that's going to happen. And oh my god, I need to like think what he would want. Some of the things that he does want is like there's certain. I don't want to give too much away. There's like a certain person from his backstory that he would probably just want to know more about. As you guys know this is a thing. He would want to. I want to use the right word. Like meet a certain deity and potentially get to talk to them. Yeah. And an unlimited supply of bugs.
What about reviving Thrisk from the dead?
Ooh.
I've actually had a conversation with Jay about specifically that, because obviously we're getting to a level now when normally certain classes would have
Revivify?
Yeah, revivify. He already has. I was trying to be like reanimation sort of spells.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the right word. Resurrection. There we go.
That's
like resurrection type spells. But obviously, the cleric is multi-classed with sorcerer, so those spells will be a long more time coming if they ever come. But I have had conversations with Jay specifically about what would happen if someone tried to revive Thrisk.
I know exactly where his body is.
Wow.
As I say, did you guys bury him somewhere and you could just go and find him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a little bit rotten though, given that it's like 4 months since you buried him.
And he's also like right by a lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exposed to the
Basically just be
elements.
mush.
Yeah.
That's what the magic's for.
What about Alice Stream? What would her wish be?
Oh, I can imagine her doing some big stuff with a wish spell.
I think that she would have wanted, before she met Farrah Carter, to just make things the way they were before. But I think now she has this idea in her head of what she wants to have happen. She wants to return to Drakenloft with just in victory, basically. She wants to usurp Gwaine. This isn't spoilers. We know this already. She wants to take the throne back, and I think that if she had her way, ideally, she'd make Ferricata warriors, and she'd ask them to stay with her in the Drakenhoft Isles. And the thing with that is that me as a player, I know that that's probably not going to happen because we've got things to do, and that's going to be a very difficult decision to make if that ever happens. Do you know, one of the things I've never considered is that what would happen, like, if you succeed on your quest, will you stay there? Yeah. Do you think Alistrine would stay there? I think she would.
So that would be
the end of her arc. Yeah, I think so. I think that she would be, she'd be happier for sure, and I think that the way that she would rule Drakenhoft would be different, and she would definitely she'd make sure to help Ferricata as much as possible. I think that's what would happen.
Even if Ferricata were definitely gonna leave, she would stay.
Yeah, I think so.
What if it was right near the end of the adventure? It's like, we're gonna go to war with the Illithid. Come with us for one last battle. And all
then that's fair enough. Then she would definitely go. If it's to fight the Illithid, yeah, exactly. You know, if that's the case, then absolutely. If she's going to, you know,
pretty sick,
fight a war, then, you know, what better is Drakenhoft? But what's they better at? That's the thing, isn't it? They're warriors. They kill things. But
that would be a cool timeline.
With a fleet of Drakenhoft ships heading towards wherever.
The difficulty with that would be
underground.
They all just
ships.
This is assuming that they are fine with it, because remember, they are very uncomfortable with anything that is outside Drakenhoft, anything that's outside of the human race, and it would take some convincing. For me, I think when we eventually get round to it, the difficulty with that arc isn't going to be killing Gwaine. I think the difficulty from then on is going to be convincing the rest of the Isles that they should help, because they are incredibly stubborn. They're very set in their ways and traditions. Who knows, though? Maybe they'll have a change of heart. Maybe Alistrine will whip them into shape. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what happens, right? If you it's right at the end and you're asking them right away. But if Alistrine stays there and is rolling for some time before whatever happens, who knows? I'll tell with time.
Exciting.
Does anyone have any other questions, or shall I roll?
Ooh.
I'm gonna roll behind the scenes just in case to see. Well, I'm re-rolling that. That's yet another 2. My D4 is just loving 2s today. Sorry there. Okay, it's a 4. So that would be Samuel.
Okay. This is a. I think this is one that I sent. It's kind of like 2 in 1. Ewan, are there any NPCs you wish we didn't kill, or any NPCs you wish we did kill?
Okay. That's a very good question. That I wish you didn't or did kill. Let me preface this with, I'd love to be caught off guard, and nothing set the tone more than in session 2, where you killed Glutz, the ogre who you should not have been able to kill, realistically. I'll come out and I'll come out and say it. Okay, I thought you were going to escape, and that he would survive. No, you killed him. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but boy, is the game more exciting because of it. For reasons. Maybe you'll find out why. Maybe you won't. I think you probably will, though. So that's the end of that thought. As for who do I wish who do I wish you hadn't or had killed? Part of me wishes that Camilla is still alive. That she didn't die. Or maybe she is alive secretly. But like the whole that fight, I wonder what the game would be like now if she was like still alive and a prisoner, and you had to go to her for help.
Oh yeah.
And I think when someone thought that Camilla was the mage that was captured underneath Bladestone, in hindsight, there's part of me that thinks, God, it would have been awesome if they'd gone in there and found Camilla, and now they have to work together. I'm glad that Arilla is the one that is in the game, but also that would have been awesome. So I think that would be my answer to that.
I feel
who
like
do I wish you had killed? Sorry, what were you saying, Maya? I was stuck on the other one.
I was just gonna say it would be like that scene in Thor: The Dark World where Loki's like, "You must be truly desperate to come to me for help."
Yeah, basically.
That would definitely be something Camilla would say.
100%. Who do I wish you had killed? Oh man, this is hard. Fuck.
Darian.
I don't know, you kill everyone.
You almost killed Darian.
I think you
did almost kill Darian.
Yeah.
You did almost kill Darian.
He was very close to fighting us though.
Yeah, we were just gonna walk.
But I don't want you to have killed him.
Really
He's my favourite NPC.
You were about to steal his life's work, like.
Yeah.
I mean, we did steal most of it.
Yeah.
You did steal basically all of it. And then wanted more, you greedy bastards.
I love it.
Fuck, I don't think I have an answer to that. I don't know who I wish you had
Maybe there's
killed.
not anyone. Maybe there's not anyone.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I don't wish you would have killed this NPC, but I would love to see the fallout if instead of leaving you decided we're going to kill Sindri. I would love to have seen what the fallout of that would be.
Pretty nutty.
And that's really recent, so maybe you still will.
R.I.P. Sindri.
There's another good one in chat.
Do you know what? There's that. I actually saw that exact question. I think I would like to end with that question. So, are there any other burning questions that we've got that anyone would like to ask before we finish off?
Fuck the mind flayers. Let's go to the Winchester with a pint and wait for it all to blow over.
Well, actually, yeah. Let's see if there are any like funny, jokey ones in there.
That's not a question. It's a statement,
through.
But
it is a statement.
There was a question I asked that I'm not sure is in any of the lists. I'm going to ask it anyway. Sam.
Yes.
At what point did you realise that you wanted to roleplay as an Apache attack helicopter?
So.
Oh yeah. The literal machine gun.
Just a flying weapon of death.
I like the term Gatling gun Gaiac
Gatling
now.
gun
That's my
Gaiac.
favourite term.
Triple G.
Triple G.
I'm the Triple G coming down from the fucking trees.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm not even
let's
around.
work on that one.
There's
There was
actually
one that I saw that was
there's one on your list, Sam. Number 28.
number 28.
Oh, I would love to ask.
Oh
the
yeah.
question. You go first, Sam, if you've seen it.
Well, this might take a while. Which character is the funniest? You can fight this out if need be.
Who's the funniest?
In terms of awkward humour, Gaiac.
Yeah,
He's an awkward boy, bless him.
he is an
Yeah.
awkward boy.
Uh,
I mean, Storm.
Genuinely funny.
Storm has the moments where he says things that are very funny.
Oh my god, yeah.
But unintentionally. I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah.
it's unintentionally hilarious.
It's like dry and very
Yeah.
straight delivery.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one. Was there anyone else tempted to kill the Queen?
Which
Queen.
one? Which one?
The Queen.
Which one?
Well, I'm assuming
when he was in-
Cecilia, right?
When you was in
In
Port Minor.
Cecilia.
Yeah, it must have been, right? I don't know any other Queen that you've met.
It must have been,
Right. Yeah, you've not met any other queens.
Yeah, so it must be Cecilia.
That's another good question.
Someone is very trigger happy there. But that is definitely from someone in the group, because it says, was anyone else tempted to kill the queen?
I reckon.
So I want to know who wanted to kill the goddamn queen.
There's another question from the Eye of Hoff. For the DM, when you roleplay as a mind flayer, who has the juiciest, most delectable brain in the party?
The most delectable brain is, of course, none other than the nerd himself, Storm.
Yeah.
He's got the highest intelligence, so there's a lot going in on there.
As a mind flayer, are they more drawn to intelligent people? Like, do they want to eat that brain more?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've never really thought of it like that, to be honest. He would probably be, pride-wise, he would probably be the most appealing to overcome, because, you know, the more intelligent you are, the more you are resistant to their abilities.
Yeah.
So, for that reason, probably Storm. But a Mind Flayer did almost eat Kensei's brains. Kensei almost died, being eaten by a Mind Flayer. So that was fun.
There's another one worded like the Cecilia one, which is anyone else planning to take out those fucking hags.
I saw that one.
Someone's just trying to suggest things like, look, anyone else? It's not just
me. Someone has definitely got some.
Just
That's a good question, though, like, because I feel like that plot thread is brushed under the carpet, yet literally two of you have significant reasons to have a problem with the hags.
Did you make a deal with the hags?
Yeah.
I don't know what information has actually been made public from that conversation.
Oh, I don't even know about this. I knew that there was hags at one point.
Remember? Yeah, they did make deals with the hags to get into the Underdark in the first place. It was to find a location where they could descend into the Underdark. But some people gave away a little more than others.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah.
So that is a good question, and they controlled Kensei, didn't they? And they made him fight you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, they are very powerful. I just before we answer any other question, I want to ask the question: what were your characters' first impressions of each other? I'd like. We've asked Zuko this question.
Yeah,
already.
I already answered this. Yeah.
I would like to know Gayak's first impressions of everybody. And obviously I know what Alistair's first impressions are of everybody.
Rusty, he didn't like. First impressions, he didn't like Rusty.
Wow.
And then obviously later, I think apologized to him at one point as well, and they kind of, last person he saw before he left. But he originally didn't like Rusty. He thought Thrisk was insane, this crazy man who does weird things. I think Gayak gave him the name Shit Lizard. He really liked Aeria because Aeria like spoke Auran to him, and it was the first time he'd heard someone speak Auran in like a decade. Who else was Alistair? I think Alistair was just sort of, because Alistair held everything quite close to his chest and had this persona, he kind of like was just, I don't think he was too interested in Alistair to start off with. And then obviously as we got to know each other more, he was more like, this guy. Kensei, he was very interested in and confused by because of the mask. I think he also very instantly knew that Kensei was quite powerful, like combat-wise, and respected that about him. And Alistrine, I mean, the first thing I said to her was like, I like her hair. I think he was, because we encountered you on the road and you were like fighting trolls, right?
With
I think again, his first impression was she can fight, and she's strong. And then I think that whole "I like your hair" thing, he just wanted to get to know. Really, just went the wrong way about it.
Aww.
And then after a time, obviously, they developed that love-hate relationship.
What about Storm?
Storm.
Get a bit of an explosive entrance.
Yeah. I think again it was like during combat, and from what I remember, he did a number on the Hydra as well.
Mhm.
And it was like this mysterious character who just come through this portal to the abyss, and there was just a lot going on there, and I just think he was very confused and like interested in Storm. Like he was like, oh, who is this guy? I want to know more about him. He's really interesting and powerful. Yeah, I think that's everyone.
Yeah.
What about Alex?
So, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, Zuko. Of
I mean,
course.
Zuko can fly. As soon as he saw Zuko fly, he was like, what is happening here? I've been the flying guy. What is this
Another
is I need to know how this works.
Oh.
That's cute. Those two together.
I think he doesn't like Zuko.
That's true. Fair enough.
Mm.
I think for Alistrine, she makes snap judgments about people, and most of those are immediately, I don't like you. But beyond that, I think really the first person she didn't immediately either feel competitive with or think immediately like brush them off was actually Zuko, because he's been the most recent one, and I think she's learning to trust the vibe of the group more, and people welcomed Zuko and liked him. So while she was rude to him, I think she's still kind of sussing him out, and kind of sees him as like an annoying little kid, even though she's not much older than him, but just kind of sees him as like this like very energetic, like very spontaneous character. And I think it's almost like, you know, when you get like a puppy in front of like an old cat and they're just like you know what I mean, like they're just like, please stop with your energy. I think Gaiac, obviously, bless him, didn't help with that first impression. That she's met this new group, she's outside of her comfort zone, and then she's got this Birdman. She's never seen a Birdman before. He goes, I like your hair, and she's like, are you gonna kill me? Like,
Are you gonna eat me right now?
Are you gonna eat me? Like, do I look like a bug, a worm, or something? Arya, the reason why I specified she didn't like or competitive with, I think she had a bit of a healthy competition with Arya at first, because, you know, they're both rogues and, you know, very similar. I think she was intrigued by Arya, by the amount that people had said that they love her so much that, you know, they would literally go to the abyss for her. She was like, what's this person all about? Storm, I think that she was caught off guard by the amount of power that he displayed at first, so she was wary of him. Immediately she pinned Kensei as somebody to be afraid of because of the mask. She was always very tense around Kensei. And Alistair, I think she kind of was just a bit judgmental of, really. She kind of just felt very unpleasantly towards him. And then that barrier started to come down, and then the reveal happened. Is there anybody else? Thrisk. Thrisk is a tough one, because they bickered a lot, but it always felt like bickering with a sibling. Like, it was never like, I'm actually gonna hurt you, like I genuinely despise you. It was more like, oh my god, can you stop annoying me? And they're just like poking each other constantly. Yeah, that was a complicated thing for her when Thrisk died, because they'd never had a really genuine moment together. Yeah. Is that everybody?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's everyone.
Wow.
Yeah. There you go.
Bit of reminiscing there.
Yeah.
So I've decided I don't want to end on that question. There's another one that I have that I'd like to end on.
Okay.
So, and one that I want to ask before that one is, do you wish you kept the coin?
Oh yeah, I saw that question in the lists. The soul coin.
The soul coin. Do you wish you kept it? Because you gave it to Theodore.
I am gonna say no, because it's another unsolved mystery. We have so many things. I literally have in my notebook a page of unsolved mysteries, of things that we don't.
Gonna make it into a Netflix show.
Yeah.
Unsolved Mysteries of Val-Aeria.
Yeah. But that's the thing that gives me the little feeling that Ewan is feeding us breadcrumbs towards something bigger, because there are so many unsolved mysteries. And I think that we gained enough information about the coin.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at with it. I thought, oh, we kind of know where it's from, whose it is, and all of that. But now that you've asked that question, now I'm like, maybe should we have kept it? Should we have been more intrigued by it? I don't even know if we completely know why Oswald had it or why he was so interested in it.
Yeah.
I was just curious, though. That's all. Does anyone have any other questions?
There's one that drew my eye, which is just Gaiac. Why do Gaiac?
Yeah, I saw that.
Can't even answer that.
Why do Gaiac?
I did keep that in because it was a question, but yeah, why do Gaiac? I wonder maybe who asked that one. Okay, then I'm gonna come to I can't remember the right word. The penultimate. Is that the one before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So oh shit, where was it? It was on here somewhere. Who do you think is the next player character to end up dying permanently or not? And that actually is a question that is in the list, but I can't remember how different it's worded. But I'd like to hear everyone else's opinion first. Who do you think?
This feels like shade though, because it's like they're definitely gonna die. They can't possibly.
I wouldn't be surprised if it genuinely was Zuko. My AC is 12. I don't wear armor. Although I did pick an invocation, which lets me cast mage armor now. So I think I get up to like 14 with that.
Yeah, I think so.
My AC is so low, but I do have a lot of health. So I don't know. I could see it being Zuko, honestly.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there and say
Uh,
not because of the character, but Jay, I'm sorry if you're watching, but Dawn makes like brain cell and below decisions. The fact that he almost killed himself by like trying to fire off whatever that was.
Disintegration, right?
Disintegrate. Like he nearly.
I mean, he's so nearly actually died.
Yeah.
Like he nearly,
like
unrevivable died.
That counter spell that we didn't know was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that hallway did not have like runes of counterspell throughout it, he would have 100% straight up died. He wouldn't have been
Pile
able
of
to
dust on the
revive.
floor.
Yeah, like when he did that, I thought, fuck. I kind of maybe shouldn't have left that there. I shouldn't have left the disintegration scroll there.
Yeah. Well, maybe Sindri shouldn't have.
It was more, I won't lie, it was more of a hint that disintegration scroll, walls of force, is kind of a connection. I didn't really think he would actually use the scroll. But, I should have known better.
Yeah.
Should have known better, really.
My take on it is that I'm sorry, Jay, if you're watching, basically, but
You go and die.
I mean, there was also the time that
The Hydra nearly got
he
him.
ran up. I mean, the
not
Hydra
sorry,
did.
the Wyvern.
I mean,
The
yeah,
Wyvern
the Hydra
recently.
literally killed his. The Wyvern nearly got him. But there was also a time where in the Underdark he banished a Mother Brood Rehemeres, Magma Variant, that was the name of the monster, then ran up to the space next to where it would reappear and let it reappear, and then tried to take it on head as a wizard with tiny AC, and then nearly died.
Just can we also? I
a round.
can't remember. I think it was Storm. The fact that we were travelling through that valley and he set off a fireball that.
And nearly killed like 3 people.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, so Storm is a hazard.
Storm is. For
fly-
me,
He is a
Storm is
nuclear
definitely-
bomb.
But you
Storm
know
is definitely
what?
a big candidate.
With it's gonna be the case with any of Jay's characters because Jay
He's so
is
chaotic.
just
He's a chaotic.
I love his chaos.
he is an
so-
agent of chaos and
He
he
is.
cannot be controlled.
Oh, it's great. It is just fantastic.
High
It really
intelligence,
is.
low wisdom energy.
Low wisdom. Yes, very much
Yes.
so.
Very much.
Oh dear.
I don't even think his wisdom's that low either. I think it's just the chaos in him.
Oh, I love
It's
it.
like, fuck it, take risks.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. I also think Storm is probably the candidate for the next death, which is hilarious because he's also the player whose character died last.
I know.
Well, actually, no, that's Sam, but who permanently
Couldn't be
died.
Permadeath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of, I would also say Storm. In terms of like mechanically, if someone went down, it would be, and like permanently not being able to be resurrected, it would be Gaiac, just because he's gone through it once before. But in terms of just the next person to die, it's got to be Storm. It's got to be Storm. I'm sorry, it is. I'm sorry,
I mean,
Jay.
if Alistair went down,
That's what I
right?
was gonna say,
If Alistair
yeah.
went down, like,
Oh, yeah.
no
Yeah,
one
he
can
wouldn't
revive him.
even. Yeah, we wouldn't.
No one can revive him.
There's no reviving him.
Yeah.
If he died, I mean, you could make a medicine check and
Stop him from
stabilize him if he was, but you can't
If
heal
he died, we
that
can't.
man. Yeah, not heal. Sorry, you can't revive him if he died.
Passes.
Yeah.
Damn,
Interesting. So, this is the final question of the evening. And to preface, thank you very much everyone who's asked questions and joined us. It's been
It's been a
fantastic.
pleasure.
Great fun.
It's a lot of fun and went on a lot longer than I thought it would. But
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed the time.
Yeah.
So the question I want to end with is, if you had to explain D&D to someone, what moment in the game would you give to sum up what D&D means to you? Fucking hell, that is a mouthful of a question. I'm going to send it in the chat because that is actually a mouthful. I'm just going to put it on the Twitch, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I think I'd heard my answer to this already.
Go on.
In terms of what it means to me, I think I would go back to the last conversation that Gaiac had with Rusty. Last conversation he had with Rusty ever, but before I left the campaign. Because I think, I mean, for one, I really didn't want to leave. It was just because, like, I had to. There was no way I could continue. If I wanted to work and have money, there's no way I could continue playing. And during that conversation, I think you can maybe hear it a little bit in my voice. I know at the time I was trying really hard to not like tear up and to not cry. And I think that's just a testament to how much D&D means to me and how much this campaign means to all of us. And just, I really didn't want to leave. I really didn't want to go.
I don't want to go, Mr. Starr.
Oh god.
I mean, it did feel a little bit like that. And the thing is, that was like 6 sessions in. That wasn't even that long into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're 82. The next one's 83. That's mad. Over a year and a half. We're nearly at 2 years. I find that crazy.
It feels like only like last week we were saying, but it's been over a year. Like, can you believe that? And now it's almost 2 years. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's
mad.
It is pretty incredible.
What about you two? And Mitch, obviously, it's a little more difficult. So, if you have something from a different game,
Yeah. I would always say I've got a favorite DMing moment. I've got a favorite playing moment. The moment I fell in love with the game, I was DMing Lost Mines, and it was like me and my mates and stuff, and we're doing the Venom Fang encounter, and it was like the moment we went off the rails of the adventure book, because I was very much like, we was following the story of the dragon runs away once he gets this amount of HP, and I'm like following the book, and then he starts flying away, and the party are like, no, we don't want him to, we want to take him out the air somehow. I'm like, well, what are you gonna do? And one of them, my girlfriend, comes up with the plan. I'm gonna use my moonbeam to like destroy one of his wings. I'm like, right, well, roll for it. And then in my head, I'm like, right, nothing short of this amount is gonna work. And she would have had to have rolled a 20 plus whatever to get it. And then the dice rolls, and it hops out of the dice tray, and it keeps going all the way to the edge of the table, and it lands within like a centimeter of falling on the floor. And it's a nat 20 right there, and everyone goes crazy. And it's just like the moment I was like, wow, this game is so much more than just rolling dice and pretending. It's like,
yeah,
everyone is so invested. It's So that's my moment. And then they got the dragon down and they finished it off, and it was just awesome.
That is great.
And it's a dragon, you know. It's like a
the name is in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's great. I love that story.
Yeah. So for me, I feel like my experience of D&D has been a little bit different because I've only ever played it online. But having said that, my experience of D&D has literally been what is felt like a missing piece. I used to write stories like this all the time from the time I was a teenager. I wrote so many stories that like kind of developed into this one story that were about this, you know, this land that was, you know, very heavily based on Viking culture. And from that, the idea of Alistrine, you know, came into being when I asked Jay about D&D. And I used to think all the time while I was writing, I wish that I could play a game like this. I wish that I could, you know, maybe see a movie or something that like brought this to life. And then I played Alistrine, and I was like, this is it. This is what I'm looking for. This is the game that just makes everything that I love and pulls it together. So as a game, it's just fantastic. But the thing that makes it is the relationships with the people who play the game. You guys are my best friends. I am grateful to Jay every single day that he introduced me to D&D, and I absolutely love you guys. You are what makes the experience so amazing, and I genuinely just really love and appreciate you, and this whole experience is fantastic. So yeah, thank you to Ewan for being an amazing DM. Thank you to you guys and the people who aren't here today for making such amazing characters and bringing them to life, and, you know, putting up with my bullshit in the campaign, but also for making me feel so welcome as a person, and only ever being excited about introducing me to your world and to this game. Yeah.
I don't think I can top that.
Yeah, I mean, I share that sentiment at the end there as well. I mean, like, you was introduced to a group who were already established, but that was a long time ago now, and then I'm going through that same thing now, and it does just feel really easier than it should be, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, and thank you. Yeah, I definitely cannot top that. I have many a time attempted to kind of describe and even in this Q&A, I'm pretty sure I've tried to make an analogy as to how I would have described the game. But I think actually the best way I could describe what it means is not the game itself, but the fact that we have just sat here for 4 hours answering questions about characters that we play in a D&D game. The fact that not just the fact that we can do that, but the fact that the three of you have been willing to sit there and do that.
Yeah.
Without me saying, come and do this. It's been something that you wanted to do, is in of itself an example of what it really means, that it's more than just, as you said, Mitch, rolling dice. I think that's a pretty good example.
Well, what a dice?
Huh?
What die?
Click
You
clack
mean the
math
thing
rocks.
yeah.
Oh yeah, click clack math rocks. Oh,
Basically,
well,
we love this game.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's awesome. I am very grateful for being able to play this with all of you as well. So thank you very much, and thank you for anyone that's been watching today. Those that aren't currently here, and shifting to Wolf and Eyes of Hoth, or Eye of Hoth, not plural, singular Eye of Hoth. For
Only
the
one eye.
amazing questions as well. They've been fantastic and great additions to
Yeah.
the ones that we collected.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So before we finish off, firstly, just a reminder that we collected these questions over on our Discord, so definitely check that out if you want to keep updated with all the cool shit that we do. And also, tomorrow, Natural Wonders. And I want to shove that back in there again. So rather than D&D, we play some Star Wars. With a different group of people on a different channel, GM'd by Mitch with his lightsaber in the background now, which is honestly quite terrifying.
You know, when we fight lightsabers in the game, I hit the players with it to simulate the damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. There's something I'm worried about. Luckily, I'm way at the back, so I don't have to worry about that. For the most part, touch wood.
Are you gonna get a taser and start like shooting us with that? Or something to simulate
Hell yeah.
those blasters?
I'm gonna get a military grade laser. Burn you.
Oh
my
my
lord.
god, that would
Oh
be
my lord.
terrifying. Oh my lord.
It's like
Oh my
Saw.
lord.
Saw TTRPG.
You die in the game, you die in real life.
Hell yeah.
But I think with that, we will end today's Q&A insert session. If you're interested in tuning into our actual game, we play at the time that we started today, so 4 PM BST, with our pretty large group of players, and that is every Sunday. Next week is going to be a little bit different, but there will be something on, so keep an eye out for that. But our normal game will start back again at, let me check the date, the 29th. So definitely tune in for that. Give us a follow to keep updated with all that awesome stuff. And yeah, just thank you very much for watching. It's so appreciated just to see people even jump in whenever you can. It's great. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast.
Much love.
And
Thank you.
I think
Like, that's not hard.
the last thing that I can say is just remember. Oh, I didn't see the love hearts. There we go, love hearts. Just stay dirty.